Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives in New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning and happy Tuesday. Today's Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. And we're going back to Lawrence, Massachusetts today. I don't know what's going on with my lighting. I look pink to myself. I'm going to have to figure this out. But, it's just already one of those days and it is only 8:48 a.m. here on the East Coast. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Good morning. It's only day 2 of this trial and yet it feels like it's been a lot longer than that, doesn't it? Yesterday, we saw 4 witnesses take the stand in the trial of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. This is a bench trial, and so the judge will be the finder of fact here. His name is Judge Jeff Karp. In fact, that's the way the court officer called the court day yesterday. The Honorable Jeff Karp. It's interesting that he doesn't say Jeffrey, but Jeff Karp is our judge. So far, he's fair. I seem to like him. But that can always change. How's everybody doing? What do you think? I think yesterday was a good day for the defense. I think that Daly helped the defense with some of the things that he said. For example, saying, "I'm sorry, I want to die." And the fact that he claims that Noonan said to him, "She pointed her gun at me." Right away, first thing he said. You think Bradl should have went harder on Justin, says Mystic Mimi. But why though? Because Justin's actions, when it comes right down to it, this case, although we know about all the complications and all the drama behind the scenes, this case is really about one issue. Can the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey did indeed point her weapon at Noonan? That's it. That's the only issue. And so I don't know what Justin can really add to that. I mean, if Kelsey takes the stand, she's going to be able to tell her side of the story. And I think she kind of has to, because Noonan says she pointed it at me. And then Noonan's story has a lot of holes in it too, right? Justin is going to be a much more important witness in family court, obviously, and everything that we know about him and all the video that has surfaced and all of his actions belie the fact that this is a guy who wants to be a father to an infant and thinks that he's the better parent. Let's put it that way, right? And so I just don't know what going any harder on Justin would have done to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey only pointed her weapon at herself. And I think he did say some things during his direct testimony that could indicate that she was in crisis. Right? And so I think once you try and make it too much, I mean, it would have been more entertaining for us to see a tough cross on Justin. I just don't know what it would have added to that singular core issue. Keep it simple. Sometimes you got to keep it simple. His mom is the better parent, he thinks. Yeah. Yeah, his mom wanted to be the parent, right? But again, those are all issues, in my opinion, for family court, and they don't belong in this trial. If there was a jury, maybe it would have been different. Do we think the state will rest today? Well, I don't know. I got 43 names on the witness list and they've only called 4. So I don't know who they're going to call today, but Noonan is still on the stand. And I can't wait. I'm sure that Bradl will go a lot harder on Noonan because it's Noonan's word against Kelsey's word. And so he's going to have to poke some holes in the things that Noonan said, show how some of his narration of events strained credulity. I mean, the fact that he was standing on that little tiny landing and he couldn't see what she was doing behind. Now it's the door frame. Originally, he said she ducked behind the door. If she ducked behind a door, if there was a door there that swung open towards the recliner, let's say, and she was able to get in there somehow, that would have made more sense because he wouldn't have been able to see what she was doing. But we saw how tiny that room is. We saw how tiny the landing is. There's no way he couldn't see what she was doing. So it kind of doesn't make sense to me. And the fact that he yelled and Daly heard him yell, right? Don't do it, Kelsey, don't do it. Is a law enforcement officer going to negotiate with a person who's pointing their weapon at him? I don't think so. I don't think there's time for negotiation. Don't do it. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. He would just draw and shoot, right? And so I think the judge is pretty smart, and it's going to be up to him to determine credibility because really that's what it is. It's a credibility issue. It's not even really a question of law. It's a question of facts. And can the Commonwealth prove it? And now you got Noonan, right, who's on leave, and we're not sure why, but we do know from our pretrial deep dive that one day, I think it was after this incident, Noonan went right back on duty, right? After this, maybe I don't even know if he took any time off. Noonan went AWOL one day and he didn't show up for work. And so North Andover PD went and did a wellness check on him at his house, and he answered the door and he said something like, "Oh, wow, I took a Flexerol and I didn't wake up." What does that indicate to you? Flexerol is a muscle relaxant for those of you who don't know. May he have a problem? I don't know. Are we going to find out why he's on leave? I would think it may go to his credibility, because if he is on leave for something like drugs, for example, it becomes a question of whether or not he was under the influence of anything the day of the shooting and whether that could have had an effect on his decision making and his reaction time and all kinds of things like that, right? It was in January of this year. Thank you. Thank you. This incident was in June. So it was like 6 months later, but could have been an issue for a while, right? Who knows if it was the first time? We do know that he did agree. He consented to having his employment records freely given to the defense. And Gubitosi said that Noonan said he has nothing to hide. We're not going to fight it. And so we'll see what happens during cross. Hi, Maureen. Thank you for being so happy to be here, to be back here. I appreciate that so much. And also thank you. I forgot to thank someone yesterday who sent me a super generous Venmo. And it didn't pop up on my screen in time, but thank you so much to Gail. Gail, thank you so much. She said, "Here's a gift for doing an excellent job." I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'd rather be sitting here with you guys on the internet than in the actual courtroom. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for your 5. And Maureen became a new member, and Kit Kat became a new member. And we have special emojis for members. Many of them were crafted during the Karen Reed trials. And so I think we can reuse them for this one. Oh man, somebody told me that Justin reminded them of Jim Carrey in a skit last night, and I have a picture of it, and tell me what you think. And now I can't unsee it. Let me find it for you. Please, you guys remember when Jim Carrey was on In Living Color? Oh, where is it? Oop. Hold on. Did anybody have an issue yesterday with their Verizon or text messaging? Because I have an iPhone. My texts weren't going through to anybody who didn't have iPhones. I have Verizon. It was weird. Now I can't pull it up. Now I can't pull it up on my screen. Michelle said Noonan left out. Kelsey said she didn't want to live. Noonan left out. Kelsey said she didn't want to live. He's not done yet. He's not done yet. So hang tight. I'm sure that'll come up on cross. Thank you, Michelle. Everybody smash the like button, please. Desert Dorada said so. And so you must. Anyway, this is the picture of Jim Carrey. Hang on. Can you see it? It was a skit from In Living Color. I can't unsee it now. Law and Crime is setting up their camera. We're going to try Law and Crime Speed today because sometimes they have good audio. And that way we don't have to futz around with it too much. We'll see how it goes. If not, as always, we can jump around. There should be extensive show notes below the video, Devin, if you are not familiar with the case. Unless I neglected to put them in. I thought I cut and pasted them, but if not, actually there are extensive show notes below this video. And so for anyone who's not familiar with the case, feel free to go and read them. You might need to close out the chat to do it. Objection says, OMG. That is absolutely hilarious. I can't unsee it either. I can't play the actual sketch for you because I'll probably get stricken, but you can just search up Jim Carrey in Living Color. And I can't remember what the exact search was, but it was funny. Does Justin look like the guy in the Liberty Insurance commercial who says Liberty Bibberty? I didn't think so, but I did see that commercial last night, coincidentally. Were we watching the same show? Thanks, Cinnamon. D-Store says it's a bench trial because there's too much emotion and lies with Justin and his family. I think it would be hard also for a jury to separate the emotion in this case. You know, there are certain people. Notice also postpartum depression, I don't think has been mentioned at all. And Dr. Zeisel's not going to testify, so it may not become an issue at all. It may when she testifies, but so far nobody's been asked about it. None of the other witnesses. Oh, please. But I didn't think that Justin's sister made a great witness. Did you? I mean, I thought her bias was obvious. And then Bradl caught her in the lie or the mistake of, you know, an officer actually letting them into the house. And I said that 4 times when they walked into the house. They're just walking in like they own the place. They're not even waiting for an escort. They're not even waiting for someone to meet them at the door to let them in. Kylie says, hearing Jimmy's take on this case, I think they made the right decision. I'm very biased. This case hits home for me. I'm seeing how I'm very influenced by that. I'm not sure. I didn't see Jimmy's take. And so I don't know what he said. And Auntie Deb, I'm assuming you're talking about. It's going to come down to, and with a jury, there are certain jurors who may have found Noonan very credible. Noonan testified like a robot. Yeah. Or Mark Betterow says a dial tone. like a dial tone. Jackson's Mimi says, I really don't understand why the station gave her back her gun if they knew that she was going to have a restraining order put on her. I don't know. They didn't know about the restraining order until the day of, right? Because that's when Justin reached out to them. And really, I think that what precipitated him going to get the restraining order was that she wanted to go. She told him she was going to take the baby to her land in New Hampshire. She was going for a drive. And so they didn't know about the restraining order until the very day of the restraining order and the shooting, which was June 30th. And she had to sue to get her guns back, but she was cleared medically to return to work. She was out on medical leave because of her postpartum depression. And Justin was very, very supportive, allegedly, of her. In fact, when we started covering this case, we went over some articles about the North Andover firefighters and how there was a baby boom, and something like 9 firefighters' wives had babies recently, and they all had their little babies. And there was a group text message chain about how they were all supporting each other. And Justin was quoted in that article as saying, I can't wait to have another baby right away. And I wonder if that's going to come in. It'll come into family court, I imagine. But she did get her guns back right before this. And it was also really weird to me that Justin testified that he was so afraid that Kelsey was going to do something to harm the baby that he took his own guns and just left her guns there on the bed or something. They weren't even locked up. He just left them there on the bed. Wasn't that wild? It was the radio. Yeah, we were talking about the radio, but they did give her guns back. Thanks, Kim, for your super sticker, and Surf, thanks for your $10 super sticker. And the Goodmans are here, and they've gifted a membership. Hi, Goodmans. We love the Goodmans. Charlie says, "Why do you think Bradl went so easy on Justin?" Oh, I guess our question and my answer crossed. Justin could have, who knows? And Justin also is a loose cannon. Who knows what he's going to say? Who knows what he's been prepped to say? But it seems really fitting to me that he worked at one of those wilderness camps in Utah as a counselor. Cupcakes for Justice is here. Good morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Arlene says, good morning, Free Kelsey and Turtleboy. Love you, Melanie. Thanks, Arlene. She's been here for 25 months. Did you notice your new colored cupcake? Nikop says, Melanie, any thoughts on Kelsey having filed some sort of grievance on the North Andover police chief? Is that a fact? I don't know anything about that. I know that a couple of other women did. I know that Katie, one of the cops who spoke to Justin on the phone, the one who actually told him it was okay to go into the house and retrieve his things, and that, if he took a 50-inch TV and Kelsey complained about it later, she would just tell her to go to civil court. Katie Gerke had filed a lawsuit against Chief Gray of North Andover PD for sexual harassment and hostile work environment and things like that. And she still works there, and they had just settled that case last December. But I didn't know anything about her filing a grievance against him. Thanks, Elf, for gifting a membership. Good morning. Hi, Lauren says, so they knew about it at CPR training. Yes. Thanks for being here for 18 months. She was at CPR training that morning. And so I don't know what time Justin had called in the morning, but I think he called in the morning with his sister on the phone. And the sister was even talking and said, isn't there something we can do to stop her from going to New Hampshire? And the officer that answered the phone said, no, it's her baby. And there's nothing you can do. And I think that put the plan in motion. And then I think the sister did mention, I think we're just going to go to court. And that may have been before Kelsey went to the station to do her CPR training with the baby and said that everybody was nice to her. I think you're right. Laura says, Noonan said that he shoots when he sees her arm starting to go up. He didn't wait to see if she was going to point it to him or her. That might work in his favor. If a judge or a jury believed that, it could work in his favor. Because look, You're in close quarters, right? And I don't know that any cop is going to allow someone to pull a gun and just take the risk of whether or not they're going to point it at himself or herself or at him. And they're going to have to react. But as Bradl said in his opening, Kelsey's story is that she was back by the air conditioner, and at some point Noonan left, and that's when she pointed the gun at her head because she wanted to she kept giving him things to do, to ask him to bring things downstairs so that she could be alone, to take care of it. And so it's going to be up to the judge. Muzzy said, thank you, Muzzy, for your super sticker and for tuning in from Australia and for being here for as long as you have been. Mindy says, I love you. You're amazing at breaking down these trials for us. Thank you so much for being here for so long. I must have that said Donna Adelson, but it's not. It's Donna Aidenson became a member. Welcome. Krista Ray says we won't be allowed to watch Family Court, right? No, Family Court's private. Thanks, Amy, for becoming a member. And Charles has been here for 12 months, and he said the Green Berets have called Justin. Do you think? Somebody made a meme yesterday of him tripping over the wall, and it just loops. It was like the Benny Hill theme song. It's another thing I can't unsee. Justin was prepped, says John. Yeah, Justin was prepped. He sure was. It sounded like he was almost reading from a script. Is Noonan or Ray Donovan? Oh, that's an interesting theory. Bull cut lineup. Oh, did you guys see Billy Tibbetts? Billy Tibbetts got arrested again. And I think they want to extradite him to Massachusetts. Poor Billy Tibbetts. Massad says Family Court is open to the public in Massachusetts, but not televised or streamed. Yeah, that's the way I meant it, is that we're not going to be able to watch it at home, but I guess people can go sit in if they want to. Thanks for clarifying. A lie unchecked becomes the truth, says poor Justin. The internet is forever. Run, Forrest, run. Brittany said I would watch that for hours. It was too funny. Sister orchestrated the most, thus why she ran the farthest, says Maureen. Boston 25 played the loop? No, they did not, Heaving Gloria. Really? Oh, the LAans are not going to like that. Was that you, Kylie, who did that compilation video of him falling? Robin says, man, that's quite the story Noonan's going with. Maybe he really thought Kelsey was going to. Or maybe there's some truth. That's why it comes down to credibility. Karma and Gaga says, maybe Trooper Paul can mansplain how Kelsey got the drop on Noonan and pirouetted across the room like a ninja. I bet he's available if anybody wants to hire him. Thanks, Chad, for your super sticker. Charlie says, how many shots? How many bullet holes? Well, there were 2 shots. Noonan says he fired once and hit the air conditioner. And then Courtney's testimony even backed that up because she said she saw smoke coming out of the air conditioner from outside the house. And then he shot Kelsey in the chest. And then he tried some story about, oh, I noticed some damage to one of the glass panes of the baby's room door. And I thought, oh, maybe she got around off on me. But she didn't. I Love Sarcasm says, Bradl asking Pew serial number bullet amount. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see if they get into that more. Thanks, I Love Sarcasm. Music to My Soul says, how will Bradl impeach Noonan when he doesn't have the interview transcripts from the internal investigation yet? How much of a problem is that? Well, they were serving a subpoena yesterday. They may have them today. He may have them. But remember, that's just one of the interviews that Noonan gave. there were also some original statements where he says that and it's a grand jury testimony. Remember, he testified in front of the grand jury. The grand jury that did not indict on attempted murder. They only indicted on this one assault with a dangerous weapon charge. Originally, she was charged with attempted murder and 2 counts of assault with a dangerous weapon, but the grand jury only came back with 1. And so there's that testimony that apparently the grand jury didn't believe, right? And so hopefully he did get those statements today. Thanks for your 5. Better with the Irish, always. Slancha, my friend, Bradl is likely waiting for Justin in family court. Let him lie and be arrogant to keep making mistakes and not give time to amend stories or give excuses when he's caught. Thank you very much for your 10. I don't see how much he adds to this particular issue of whether or not Kelsey pointed the gun at herself. Some of it could go to her state of mind and what she was feeling that day. And, if and when, because I think Kelsey has to testify, she gets on the stand, she can talk about those text messages that Justin provided to the police and talk about how she was feeling like she had nothing left to live for in the grand scheme of things, all things considered, based on the things that he was saying to her that morning, and then the betrayal of him just going into court and getting an order to take the baby away, and she didn't have a chance to be heard, and making up lies about her and those affidavits, and going and meeting with her friends and having that powwow. And then, once the whole story comes together, I think her state of mind might become a little more clear. Keeping It Real says he was so prepped. That wall jump fail was great. Mackenzie said, so odd that Noonan emphasizing that she pointed it at his face. Yeah, we'll see what he says on cross. Thanks, Mackenzie, for your 5. Hazmat Addict says, thank you for covering this. Best birthday present ever. Well, happy birthday to you, Hazmat Addict Gaming. Happy birthday. I'm so glad you could be here with us. Jenny says, we did get to watch one family court date so far. Did you go to court and watch it? Deborah says, was anyone else counting how many times Justin said, and shortly thereafter? No, I didn't. I should have go back and listen to that. Thanks for your 5. Dave Matthews Band is here. DMP 2180. Didn't Noonan claim that Kelsey had the gun already raised and shot? Already raised and shot, but he shot as her arm was starting to raise. Well, he claimed that she ducked behind the door jamb, and I guess he's trying to say that she got the gun out of the box. There was at least one family court hearing that was streamed. I must have missed that. Says music to my soul. Do they now have body cams? I don't think so. Does anybody know if North Andover has body cams yet? Let's wait for Cross and hold this question. Thanks, CMB. Karen says, I loved Fire Marshal Bill. Fire Marshal Bill. That was a Jim Carrey sketch, right? Thanks for being here. Tessa Dorada from Canada says, Bradl will meticulously shred Noonan's testimony apart, measure by measure. Again, please smash the like button, everyone. Thanks, Melanie. Oh, I appreciate you too. I love you with all of my heart. Oh, we got a Polar Hour motivational quote of the day. Thank you, Just Jill, for your 5 and for thanking me. Today is March 24th. Let's see what we got. Every day we pull a motivational quote from our motivational daily calendar because we all need a little motivation. Some days more than others. Today is March 24th, and this is a Theodore Roosevelt quote. The best executive is one who has sense enough to pick good people to do what he wants done and self-restraint enough to keep from meddling with them while they do it. That's a good one. The best executive is one who has sense enough to pick good people to do what he wants done and self-restraint enough to keep from meddling with them while they do it. There's your motivational quote from the day from Theodore Roosevelt, who coincidentally had a summer home right here on Long Island called Sagamore Hill. Beautiful spot, beautiful museum. And while we're here, we need an empowerment card. Let's see that as well. Boop. Here's our empowerment cards. I thought court was supposed to start at 9. Yesterday it didn't start until 9:30. Yeah, why did Kelsey's friends side with Justin? I don't know. I have questions. Be your own hero, it says. Be your own hero. For those of you who needed to hear that today. I would also add, don't ever put the key to your happiness in someone else's pocket. Okay? You guys are funny. Keep me laughing. Let's laugh today. Laughter is the best medicine, my friends. Thank you, Just Jill, for your super chat. Karen gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Karen. You're amazing. And Strange Credulity also gifted a membership. And thanks. We saw some pictures of you and Scott McGinnis yesterday outside the courthouse because, as always, there are lots of boots on the ground outside and inside the courthouse. May says, blessed 17 months of truth, humanity, and love. Thank you. Thank you for being here and spending all your time with me. A lot of it, anyway. McMahon says, why were the comments about the glass on the baby's door allowed in if there was no sign it was shot? I think he just said it. And I don't remember if there was an objection. But, you know, the problem with allowing some of these witnesses to just narrate their testimony is that things like that come in. But again, no jury, which is a good thing because they might take that as truth. And then it was confirmed that it didn't actually happen. He just thought that it did, which really didn't make sense after the fact because he clearly said she pulled the trigger and nothing happened. And then she went to tap rack and that's when he shot her, right? 635. Cupcakes for Justice. Bradl is holding his cards close to his vest. I think so too. We'll see. Ginny says, I worry the prosecutor will use postpartum depression to attempt to make Kelsey an unreliable narrator. I don't see how that would affect her memory. And they would have to have an expert. But wouldn't postpartum depression play into the fact more that she would want to take her own life instead of someone else's? Thank you. Kelly said, Kelly busting Justin fridge acid. All right. Well done to you, Kelly. Says, love spending my birthday with Melanie and free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Is it your birthday too? Happy birthday, Kelly. Kelly's been here for 17 months. Kyle says, I pondered Justin's brief cross. I think because he's not relevant to the question as much as an all-day cross of Noonan will be. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Justin was in the basement. Justin shouldn't have been there at all, in my opinion. There's no way in hell they should have let that guy in that house when he had a restraining order against Kelsey. No way. And I don't really believe that either that they were at the police station when they got the call to come back. I feel like they were probably waiting in the bushes or waiting around the corner. I would have to go back and look at the exact timeline, but we saw the timestamps on the surveillance video. Daly said he called Justin, like, didn't he say he called him like 10 minutes after they got there? And it seemed to me like he walked in before that. Oh, please. Thank you, Laura Blake, for your super sticker. Damn straight. Please explain why Kelsey Fitzsimmons had to sue to get her guns returned. She filed an action against Charles Gray, the chief of police. And I have not read the exact papers. And so I can't really give you an answer on that. If I can quickly read them during a break, I will. And so I don't even want to opine on that now until I read the actual papers. But she had been on medical leave for the postpartum depression. And so they took her guns and badge away. And so I'm not sure if she was fighting to return to work. I'm going to have to take a look at it. But she filed some sort of an action. And I don't know if that is standard. I don't know if they do have to do that every time they return to work. But Mastad, if you're here and you know the answer to that, let me know. Brass says Justin is talking like he's using Chat GPT to write an EMS report. Nick says, can you explain what you think was going on with Justin and Kelsey? I have no idea. I know that they were at their bachelorette party, and it was like a co-ed party over the weekend in Maine. Kelsey did file some documents in family court that they were fighting because instead of wanting to go to bed, he wanted to do more drugs. And she's also claimed in the same papers that he was a pothead, for lack of a better term. She had something like 240 videos of him smoking what looks like a pipe and what may be weed outside, hiding in the backyard in the weeks before this incident, which I think once the North Andover Fire Department saw those, that's why he may be suspended from duty right now. She also said that he had an alcohol problem and a lot of other things. And so whatever led to their fight during the weekend caused Justin to go in and get a restraining order against Kelsey, and in order to take custody of that child, because maybe she wanted to break up with him. They were supposed to get married in October. This was end of June. And so we all have our own thoughts about Justin, but I'm not going to share those with you right now. We saw some text messages also between Justin's mother and the Stowe Police Department. Okay, here we go. Here comes the judge.
All persons have entered before the Honorable Jeff Karp, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Lawrence, within the court of the County of Essex. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this most honorable court. The court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
God save us from the Commonwealth. Hold on, I'm going to unboost it because it just got better. The booster sometimes garbles the sound, so let me... You tell me if the sound is okay without the boost. Here we go.
March 24th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Karp presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Martha Woodley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms.
Tim
Fitzsimmons.
Bradl, Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal, Courtney Healy, to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for review. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking a view?
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll do it. I did file the motion. If you feel that at the close of the evidence you would like a view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means.
No,
but,
Your Honor.
So I was told at sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to it is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember there was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view, and essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. So this issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, well, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? No. Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Bradl. I just don't want a last minute decision because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And I could just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. You folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
We'll take one more. We'll reach out one more time to see where it goes, and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, I just had two more questions for him, and then.
For him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off for near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
Tom Kokonowski is here. He's one of our favorite criminal defense attorneys from Massachusetts, and he says if her permit to carry was suspended, it was done so by the chief, usually, in this case it was, and the action to get it back is filed against the chief. An appeal of that hearing goes to a district court judge. Thank you, Tom. Noonan is coming back to the stand, and he's still on direct.
Just remind them that yes, please. You can take the stand, sir.
Good morning,
Just
sir.
reminding you that you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr.
Okay, is that better?
Kubatosi?
Thank you.
Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that
A lot of complaints. A lot of complaints about the volume. Is that better? Is my volume now even with the court? I can't turn on closed captioning because Court TV doesn't have closed captioning during live streams. Okay.
you used on
Sorry.
the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the,
I'm just gonna take that back. That one question. Here we go. Oh, no worries. I'm here for you. Okay, here we go.
Used, sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
so I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Chief Gray came down to the scene. He took Noonan's firearm, and then Gray gave Noonan his firearm. Is that normal? Hold on.
He took my firearm and he gave me his.
Is that normal? The volume is fine, and now the camera is giving you motion sickness. These are things I have no control over. Is that normal? I mean, I can see why the chief would come down to the scene, because one of his cops shot another one of his cops, and they don't know if she's going to live. But that's odd to me. He just shot a cop. It seems like she was not going to live. She was shot point blank in the chest. And so Chief Gray just gives him his own gun? Okay.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Here we go. Buckle up. We had the same problem yesterday. I said the camera person must be sitting on a bouncy ball.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses. Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No,
Okay, so you're not recording anything right now?
absolutely not.
Okay. Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you, collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that
Allen.
was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Allen.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
And you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment.
Hold on. A lot of people did think that those were Meta AI glasses yesterday. Oh, my freeze game is on point today. Hold on a second. He didn't know Justin was coming to the house. He says Daly's the one that set that up. It wasn't me. It's the Shaggy defense.
It was Lieutenant Daly when
Collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that
Allen.
was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Allen.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
and you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment.
Yeah, shouldn't they all know what the plan was? That I would think that too.
Mr. Bradl, can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you.
Somebody was sitting in the jury box and the judge doesn't want him there. I wonder who that was.
And just 1 second, Mr. Bradl. All set, Mr. Bradl. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
What?
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs.
An older woman who was causing a scene. So he didn't know Justin was there. He never saw him. He didn't know that the older woman causing a scene was Kelsey's mom. He's the worst cop on the planet. How do you not know what is going on in a potentially volatile situation such as this when you're serving a restraining order on a coworker and taking her breastfeeding baby away? Wow.
Is what my belief was. He did daily, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she was, she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement in the safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns it's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that.
I didn't ask you what he said.
Okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiance got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone. No.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good. Right.
No.
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Okay, overall,
Misstating what he told the grand jury.
well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to all that. Your Honor. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure,
You said that you didn't know her well,
that's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also said that you got along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So
So is
we got
yes or
along
no?
when we went to calls. Yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradl, I missed the question. Can you state
Yes.
it again?
So I asked,
Yes, say it again. Whack job. Same words that Michael Proctor used. How ironic.
him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor,
Okay,
and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and then he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your
Well,
neighbor?
it's possible
So that's
Wow.
what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it, that she's a whack job?
after she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
If she acts badly, this is like the playbook. This is like the Massachusetts local county police / MSP playbook. Call the girl a whack job, pin it on the girl, and then get her sectioned. A section in Massachusetts is an involuntary psych hold. And you know who is real good at getting that done? Justin's parents. Wow. I want to know at what point he told this Maureen neighbor that she was a whack job, before he shot her or after he shot her. Let's listen to this again, because now he's going to start impeaching him with his grand jury testimony. And look at how his demeanor has changed from yesterday. Yesterday, he was trying to be like Santa Claus. And today, he's revealing his true character, isn't he? And Bradl hasn't even gotten started yet. This is SOP in the CW. Well done.
Time you went in,
I
is
don't.
it possible you called her a whack job to your
Well,
neighbor?
it's possible
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it, that she's a whack job?
after she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
Job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So
If she acted badly, if you had any indication that she was going to act badly, why the F did you not secure the firearms? Why? Was it a setup? Because a lot of people have been saying it was a setup. I didn't really believe that it was a setup. Something's going to need to get me to that, cross over that line where I think it was a setup. But now he's telling us everything. It was spoken about that if she acted badly during the restraining order, that we would have to section her and then secure her guns. Was that intentional? She's a whack job and you want to section her, but you trust her enough to believe her when she tells you the guns are in a safe in the basement. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. The righteous indignation of this man. I didn't really know her. Maybe I was on 1 or 2 calls with her. I didn't really have an opinion of her because I didn't really know her very well. Okay.
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question's complete because we can't have 2 folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Bradl.
And also you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right? I'm asking about a state of mind in her.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went there.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes.
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway,
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
Was he stalking
So
her
you're
too?
speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom,
Yes.
holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door,
Yes.
right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your
I don't know. She's a new mom. Maybe she wanted to get her steps in. Maybe she had the plumber coming over and he needed the driveway. He was suspicious. He lives nearby. He would drive by her house so often. Was he stalking her too? That he knew that he thought it was suspicious that she parked her car 150 yards away? Are you kidding me? He's already walking into this with extreme bias, if you ask me. And this goes to his state of mind. And they're already talking about sectioning her in case things go bad, but they don't secure the guns. Okay. This is insane. Wow.
Do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves. Yes.
Neoprene.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to
But he didn't.
get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
And at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby, it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's correct.
A fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's
that I
wrong
go
with the
to.
word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply. Sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby, but that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
I don't recall what you. Can you rephrase that? I
Well,
don't-
here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Mr. Bradl,
Remember, Justin said that he had access to the security cameras and that he was watching them from wherever he was on his phone. So Justin knew she was home. He would have seen her walk through the door. Did you hear him say, we'll see?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
Mr. Bradl, comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
Can I just have a moment? Your Honor?
Yeah, take your time.
He's getting mad. I got the BS button ready. It's right here. He's talking to Kelsey and his paralegal, Courtney. Joanna says, after watching this, it's clear she is guilty. What makes you think she's
Can I ask you
guilty?
Something about your grand jury
Beyond a reasonable
testimony
doubt.
we alluded to.
Let me know. Thanks, Joanna.
So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter of fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall
You don't recall?
what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36? Who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School. He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
you knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job,
I had
brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order,
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
what job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing
Houston,
her in.
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir.
Oh,
Box.
go off, Bradl. Go off.
Let's not argue back and forth.
Go off. What job? I'm sorry, what part of the word job did you not understand, Officer Noonan? You seem to understand the word whack job. Thank you, Bethany Rose. I got to hear that again. This is must-see TV. Tell your friends.
Give up her guns. Two, those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job,
I had
brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order,
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
what job?
What job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing
Houston,
her in.
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box.
He looks right at the judge.
Let's,
Look at Noonan. Look at Noonan. He looks right at the judge like, help me, daddy. Tiny bit. Zoom in on Noonan.
Talking, sir.
Wait. What an arrogant POS this guy is.
Taking the baby, finding the guns,
when I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing
Houston,
her in.
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box. Sorry.
He looks at the judge like, you gonna let him talk to me like that? I don't know. I'm getting the impression this guy's a hothead. What about you?
let's not argue back and forth and just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
when I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Oh,
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with him behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. I'll see you there.
Sounds good to meet up, okay.
more sirens. Is every courthouse next to a firehouse?
Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
And like a Boom, boom.
Yes.
Now, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 1232 in audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, you know, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
So that was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident. Now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it here. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession,
Yes.
and what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot, both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's
How
not
can
true.
that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom, boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So they're 2 different assertions, aren't they?
No.
Okay. You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? To come in here and testify?
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi,
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Cop on cop shooting, clinging to life. No idea if Kelsey's going to live or die, and they wait 3 days to question the cop shooter. I don't know. Strains credulity for me. Unless they don't, I mean, even Proctor was doing interviews. the day John O'Keefe was murdered. Pregnant pause.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Overruled.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
So let's get into the incident here. What do you say happened? You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her,
Yes.
maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over maybe. How about that?
Yes.
And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun,
Yes.
right? And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes
This guy went through at length his CV of all the extensive shooting training that he has had, not just being a mall cop, but guarding nuclear plants and where they make nukes and all kinds of SWAT training. And he's like, what is that stance called? And this guy says, I don't know. Emily C is here and she's got secondhand embarrassment listening to him lie. Love you, Emily C. Listen to that again. I don't know.
didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and
Sorry, what
a
was
modified Weaver stance?
Weaver?
That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Stand up. Get up, stand up.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you? Sure.
Okay, come to your screens if you can, so
are
we
you
can see his.
asking him just in general?
Just to
or-
show the stance in general first, yes, Judge, thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
And what, can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's gonna grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry.
Are you righty?
I am.
You can have a seat, thank you.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
Yes.
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that
Backpedaling immediately. Was she on a bicycle? Was she stepping backwards? Was she using her words and backpedaling? What kind of descriptive language is this for a police officer to be using when it should be, I don't know, a little bit more clear? Backpedaling? Look at it again.
did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either. in
So
those words.
she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes.
5 minutes after she has her feed her baby.
Yes.
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
Yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she shoots you she tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And then
How many
sidestep.
steps?
I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around.
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer
Who's a whack job.
who tried to kill me.
It was a whack job.
So
He's going to say that as many times as he can. Who tried to kill me? Who tried to kill me? Who tried to kill me? As if that's going to make it true. Now she's a well-trained police officer. But he didn't really know her at all. How would he know she's well-trained? He said he only went on 1 or 2 calls with her, and then she was on maternity leave the whole time. This guy's all over the place with his testimony. Listen to that again.
and then racking the gun while she's moving around?
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer
Who's a whack job?
who tried to kill me.
So let's get the order straight. You said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happens.
Yes.
And then she taps the magazine
Yes.
and then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes.
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably.
Was he looking at his watch? He doesn't even know what it means when he was asked what the job was. But he knows it was 4 seconds.
It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes.
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
No.
You were flustered, weren't you?
No.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, yeah, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she's sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was giving commands and shooting at the same time.
Okay. Well,
Which one do you want to go with? Which one do you want to go with today? The rapid succession or the shot, give commands, shot? Your choice. Dealer's choice. Were you lying then or are you lying now? I love Bradl snark, so I want to hear that again. Which one are we going to go with today?
which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was giving commands and shooting at the same time.
Okay. Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
a patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years.
Right around there. Yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes. And come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet,
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or do
I
you
didn't.
know?
I didn't know where it went.
And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry.
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
Really?
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know?
I don't know. Call me a whack job. But if this guy is looking at the end of his career, if this is a bad shoot, you mean to tell me he has no idea what the evidence was that could potentially cost him his job? Are you kidding me? So he says, Noonan, tell the truth. You went to North Andover PD to get another pension. Really? You don't know what the investigation revealed? You're not worried about anything? Look at that again.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
You didn't know that?
Nope.
Yeah, approach her.
Yes.
Just a photo.
Yes.
Put a 1 in the chat if you find him credible. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't believe a word he's saying. A lot of 2s in the chat. It's raining 2s. I'm sorry. We can use the sigh emoji for him because he does sigh pretty loudly. Are we boring you, Officer Noonan? Noonan. Thank you, Gigi, for gifting 5 memberships, and Fairy Raven gifted a membership. Thank you so much. On top for your super sticker.
Thank you.
Friend of Dog gifted 10 memberships. You guys are so generous today.
I'm going to show you for the record, Exhibit 49, sir. See that?
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that
Come back to your screen if you can, if you want to see the photograph that they're talking about. It's the entrance to Kelsey's bedroom. Crime scene tape, recliner, box where she allegedly retrieved the gun.
a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes, that would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Didn't you speak with Officer CORR at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer CORR, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there?
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you Exhibit 75. Is this the?
Oh, it's the white. Yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now let's
I'm
just
sorry,
go
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Wait, so there's white like cubicles next to the bed. There's also a little tiny nightstand that looks like brown or black next to the bed. And it looks like that, I mean, we can only see a little tiny portion of the white cubicles, but it looks like there's something on top of it. There wouldn't be room for a weapon there. Hold on.
Is this the?
Oh, it's the white. Yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that,
Now, let's
I'm
just
sorry,
go,
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
yes,
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier. She's starting to do this, right?
No Weaver stance.
Okay. So one hand.
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is that
A one-handed.
it's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So
He's the expert.
she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle and she lowered her weapon and I stopped shooting and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. She
Mhm.
goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she's receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that.
I don't. It's too close to her.
Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white bookshelf.
Yes.
And then CORR arrives. And
Yes.
then you tell CORR to grab the gun and secure it. Right?
I do.
And then CORR has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. Afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then CORR comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
Okay, so it's fair to say that CORR does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing, it's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what CORR did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that CORR takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Is that a glove on the floor to the right of that green, what looks like a Foot Locker to me? Is that like a glove, like a discarded glove? And now that JTME17 said that he reminds her of Commander Lawrence from The Handmaid's Tale, I can't unsee that either.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
How narrow that stairway is.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face,
Yeah, absolutely.
and you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
What?
Are you aware?
Is she a ninja now or a leprechaun? It's hard to hit a moving target. We all see how small that room is. A moving target. Now she's a target. Yep. Right. Be in trouble. Now she moves at the speed of light. She was backpedaling. It's hard. Hitting a moving target is hard. It's hard. And you're on the SWAT team? What am I missing here? Let's do that again.
Target or a
Missed
moving.
her from just a few feet, and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations.
Oh, yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns, and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No,
You were ready to get wet.
no,
Ready to get wet?
Sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor. And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
no,
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
yes,
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier
yes,
of her own volition.
yes,
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
Oh, that's a new one. Oh, that's a new one. So now the Commonwealth theory is she wanted to kill Justin and you were just in the way. So she had to kill you first so that she could run down those narrow stairs and kill Justin. Well, that's interesting because if you had your eyes on Kelsey the whole entire time since you got there and you didn't know that Justin was there, how did Kelsey know that Justin was there? Make this make sense. Because the Commonwealth said during one of their pretrial hearings, their theory might be that she was trying to, I can't really use the S word, but, S by cop is a thing, right? And so she pulled her gun out at him so that he would shoot her. And now he's telling us that she pulled out her gun because she wanted to go down and kill Justin and he was just in the way. Well done to you, sir. I just think you put the proverbial nail in your own coffin. Did he ever say that during the grand jury? Did he ever say that during one of the many interviews that he gave? Did he ever say that to the CIC or whoever it was that did the independent investigation? Look at his eyes right now. They look so evil. Thanks, Gigi, for your 5. Look at his eyes. They're like glowing, like an evil character from they should have laser beams coming at him. Look at this. Wow, sir. Just wow. Unbelievable. He doesn't know what is in her head, right? But now that's his speculation now. I mean, one more time for emphasis. Motion granted.
Of her own volition, just giving you her, who was your cockfight. So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes,
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier
yes,
of her own volition.
yes,
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
Wow. Strange credulity. Look at Kelsey's face. What? Kelsey just said, what? Look at Kelsey. Courtney's moving out of the way so the camera can see Kelsey. Courtney's almost laughing too. What? Wow.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yeah.
Figure just have one moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Thank you, Ms. Day Planner, for your super generous 50. What's up with the North Andover PD? Your guess is as good as mine.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Oh,
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you.
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force,
he's not going to be able to shake this man with direct questions that are yes or no, because he's never going to answer the way Bradl wants him to answer. And so he's almost better off letting him ramble on the way he did yesterday on direct. What do you think?
and if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would
I
empty
s-
that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
Weren't there other ways you could have stopped the threat, like the taser
What
that you
were
had?
some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
Yeah, the threat was downstairs.
What did
taking
you
a
say
baby.
to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later. And I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
So you said that you were you started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or
Yes.
a busier atmosphere?
Wanted more action.
More action.
More calls for service.
Jinx.
More what? I'm sorry.
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
13 years.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Oh. He never told Kelsey he had
So
PTSD?
slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Grace, he wanted to grace the department. Of course, he agreed to that.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic.
Sure. Let's go to sidebar. If the client can join.
Okay, sidebar. We're a little bit behind. We have room to scooch. Until the end, and here we are. Thanks, Area, for your 20. Thank you, Laura. Blake, for your 5. Thank you, Melly Girl. My question is, why would he shoot at Kelsey if she was pointing the gun to her own head? We have no idea what happened in that room. Exactly. It is up to the finder of fact to determine what happened. The finder of fact here is the judge. Steph says, it seems here in Arkansas, they favor men or their own than they do women. It's sad. It's like Massachusetts here in Arkansas.
As I stated at sidebar,
Says Steph.
we should discuss
Thank
in
you.
open court what was raised at sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Noonan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Noonan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday, you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission, okay? If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom and the courthouse and told not to come back, okay? Do we understand each other? Thank you. We'll take a break.
Wonder if the court officers caught somebody filming that wasn't allowed to film, that didn't have express permission. And they're going to discuss some things outside of Noonan's presence. We've watched some trials lately where the judge allowed questioning about the witness's testimony while the witness sat on the stand. That was the Judge Lisa Lott in Georgia during the Edric Foss trial. It was insane. So then the witness knew exactly how to answer the question after the argument about how they should be answering the question. It was crazy. But for this, Noonan has to stand down. Well, look at us. We're catching up to real time. Raise B. Commander Lawrence. I cannot unsee that now. Isn't that character played by Bradley Whitford? You think? The law girls always have permission to stream, so I don't think it was them. All right. While we wait for them to come back from break, let's go back to the chat. Charlie from Down Under says they came to take her baby, but no DCS. Yep. They called DCF in Massachusetts, but no, and it's not a requirement, but maybe it would be best practice. Thanks on top for your super stickers today. Joanna thinks she's guilty. Gigi says Noonan's making Proctor look like a saint. Sectioner, whack job. Where's the script they follow? Thanks, Gigi. Dish says, as a female who resides in Massachusetts, this is terrifying that these cops seem to use the same playbook. Whack job, pin it on the girl. Brass says, is giving you guys, in case you want to Google this, it's Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 123, Section 12. That's an involuntary psych hold. Thanks on top. He says he was hell-bent before he even arrived. No question. These are reasons that you think she might have parked her car 150 yards away, dancing in the pea patch. Oh, I love that. That was from the other day in this case, right? About we're dancing in the pea patch. Was that this case? No, was that Afro Man? She didn't want Justin to know she was home. Ryla says maybe she didn't want Justin to come and cause a scene. She was going to put his stuff out front. Yes. And Kelly said because Justin was watching her over the security cameras, maybe. Maybe that's why she parked away from the house. To making it count, thanks for your 10, says Kelsey was stalked, Kelsey was set up, Kelsey was betrayed, Kelsey was shot, Kelsey had her baby taken away, and Kelsey is currently standing trial. What a miscarriage of justice. Thank you, Nikki, who says he didn't want to get his prints on her gun that he was going to frame her with, maybe allegedly. Hi from Brisbane, Australia. Hello. Gigi, coming in hot. Why is where Kelsey Park sus? She had no idea what they were going to do. Exactly. She didn't even know they were coming. If she knew they were coming, she'd have baked a cake. Maybe even a lemon pound cake. That's up in the corner now. I cannot get that song out of my head. Lemon pound cake. Anybody else? Rock on with your bad self, Attorney Bradl. This cop is a disgrace because says Kelly PCG. Thanks, Kelly. On top, it was a want shot predetermined in his ego and train of thought. No question for me now. Thank you very much. On top. Pound cake. You guys got the pound cake song? Curious and Curiouser says this guy fell out of the stupid tree and hit every branch on the way down. Thank you for your thoughts. Good time to point out that my thoughts of my viewers are not always my thoughts and opinions, but that was a funny one. On top says every officer knows that worldwide. Thank you. Laura says, so instead of diffusing the situation, he escalated it. Got it? Experienced cop? I don't think so. On top, Chaka and I have made room for your former uniform next to Proctor. We'll leave a light on for you. Noonan. Thanks on top. Craft Haskell said if Kelsey walked back 15 feet, there would be no space for her to fall back on the floor in the position she was found. He's lying. Oh, I want to show you something that somebody sent me. Hold on. Oh, please. Now I just need to find it because I have 700 emails every day, but hold please. Yesterday, what's today? It was yesterday. All right. What I have here is the floor plan of the upstairs of the house. And didn't we just hear Noonan say she was like 15 feet away? Well, here's the floor plan of the upstairs of that house. And I will make it bigger for you. After Jessica said, if Kelsey walked 15 feet back, there would be no space for her to fall back on the floor in the position she was found. He's lying. Well, take a look for yourself. The bedroom to the right of the upstairs hallway is 11 feet by 12 feet. So 15 feet's impossible. 11.3 by 12.10. And this upstairs hall is 6.4 by 6.11. And it looks like, oh, there's a walk-in closet there too. And then there's the master. So it would have been impossible. Thank you, Craftastical, for reminding me to pull out that floor plan. You can screenshot that for later if you'd like to go back and do your own armchair detectiving, because I know you do. And shout out to Robert, who sent that to me last evening, or actually it was yesterday during the stream, but I don't really look at my email during the stream at all because it's too distracting. Kiki said from kneeling to popping onto her feet to aiming her gun, she's an action figure. Thanks, Kiki, for your 5. Justin had access to view cameras. Kelsey parked far away because she didn't want him to see that she was home, in my opinion. In the same way people turn location off when they're mad. Thanks, RT. Griswold, thanks for your 5, says, I think his story was fine because he thought she wasn't going to live. Now he has to continue with it. You think he thought his story was fine. I get you. Bill says the Matrix is real. Thanks for your 10, Bill. And Bill says, are you saying I can dodge bullets? Thanks, Bill Gonzalez. Thank you, Bethany. I just emailed you a picture of the floor plans with how big. This is, I think, the same thing. I don't know because I can't look at my email right now, but thanks, Bethany. I had it already in my inbox, unless you sent me something different, which I will see later. Brussels Sprout says, was a bench trial better than a jury trial for Kelsey? I'm new to this case and I'm playing catch up. Well, if you're new to the case, there are extensive show notes below the video. In my opinion, a bench trial is better for Kelsey because I just don't think a jury in Massachusetts would be able to separate their emotions from this case. It's a very emotional case. And the judge knows so much more about this case than the jury would be allowed to hear. And while he's supposed to disregard that, he can't unhear it, right? And there are some jurors who just believe cops no matter what. And there are some jurors who just believe that cops are corrupt no matter what. And so, in my opinion, a bench trial is better than a jury trial, but we'll see what happens in this case. Thanks, Brussels Sprouts, for your 10. However, I will qualify that to say that if Judge Kathleen McCarthy Nyman was still sitting on this case and was going to be the trial judge, in no way in hell would I ever even advise my client to even think about a bench trial. Kelsey says this theory just did a 3-point turn and reversed at 26 miles an hour. Well done. Nod to the Karen Reed trial. Kyle says deadly force is met with deadly force. Double tap standard. That said, I've grabbed more than one gun an assailant because of how close they were. Thanks, Kyle. Do you think he could have grabbed it? Because that's what Bradl said. Why didn't you just grab it? Why didn't you just grab the gun? Why didn't you just grab her? Why didn't you just pull out your taser? Paula said, didn't one of these officers say Kelsey said, keep Justin away from me, and that's why he went downstairs? Yes, I believe you're right. Was that Daly? Because he's the only other one who testified. Yes, Michael, I know. We just did look at the floor plan. We just did. That's the one we were talking about. It's 11'3" by 12'10". Deborah said, I need you to do a side-by-side of Noonan and Papa Smurf. You won't be able to unsee it after. Thanks, Paula, for tuning in from across the pond. Janelle says, I live one town over. I'm deeply upset knowing this is happening. Good cops need to start reporting bad cops. There are good cops, Janelle. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop, right? Sonia says, thank God the commander showed up for work that day to save the world from Kelsey Lara Croft Fitzsimmons. Thanks. Bill Gonzalez is back with another 10, and he says, if you thought Karen Reed was an isolated incident, think again. The Afro Man trial shows these guys are everywhere. That was a fun trial to watch. If you didn't watch it, you should go back and watch it. In fact, Charissa made, not only did I make the lemon pound cake, but Charissa made an Afro Man cupcake, and that is now in the corner of your screen because I am not a cupcake. I can't please everyone. So somehow that morphed into my viewers being called cupcakes because they make me happy and I make them happy. You're not a cupcake. You can't make everyone happy. Just believe that. Just say that as your daily mantra. United Spaghetti, wouldn't he drop the gun? Wouldn't he say drop the gun? Not don't do it. Right. Well, that's up to the finder of fact to decide what's more likely. Or if she pointed the gun at his face, would he really say anything or would he just use deadly force immediately? Would he stop to negotiate? I don't know. Thanks, United Spaghetti, for being here for 20 months. Kit Kat says, I wish there were some visuals. Maybe there will be later. Well, they're showing photos. They've been showing photos of the house throughout his testimony. Fairy Wing Butterfly has been here for 16 months. Thank you. Appreciate you so much. Bill Gonzalez back with another hot 10. The witness and the defense are playing a game of semantics. Yeah, I think Noonan thinks he's unshakable, and I don't think Bradl's going to get him to answer any questions the way he wants him to. So I just think he won't be tricked, this guy. He knows what he's going to say, and he's going to say it, and he's going to stick to it. Because, he's looking at potentially losing his job and his career. And he's got motivation to say she pointed the gun at him because there's ramifications to that for him, the department, liability, his job. Thanks, Bill. Set it to 11 says Kelsey backs directly away from SWAT officer Noonan in a straight corridor of furniture and end of bed. He misses. He said it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to shoot a moving target. Right. Every movie we watch, we hear, drop your weapon, drop your weapon, drop it. Not here. Here he even said and Bradl didn't make him repeat it. I was kind of like, he asked another question. He said, I said, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Afroman needs to make a song. Santa Noonan is son of a bit. Woo. Thanks, Cowbell McQueen. That's a great idea. And Tony Marie says, for all the people who believe she's guilty, which story am I supposed to focus on to get to that belief? I'll tell you the legal standard. The legal standard is the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey pointed her firearm at Noonan in the face, just like he said, not at herself. McCarthy Noonan was the first judge, the one who sent her back to jail because it was painful for her to breathe into the handheld alcohol monitor. This Joanna knows she's innocent, says Joanna Lee, 33. Thank you for your super chat. Fairy Wing Butterfly said, why didn't Bradl confront him regarding the new story? Love, love, love this channel. Well, he's not done yet. Are you talking about Noonan? Or are you talking about Justin? Because Justin is done testifying, although they can call him back. If the defense puts on a case, they can call Justin back. But as far as Noonan goes, he's not done with him yet. And whatever it is that they want to talk about next, they had to go to sidebar. And this is a unusually long sidebar for this judge. In this case, it is currently 11:02 here on the East Coast. What time did they break for lunch yesterday? Around 1:45. Thank you for loving the channel, Fairy Wing Butterfly. Welcome. And thank you for your 20. Ms. D. Bates says this cop is totally focused on the preservation of his pension. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Goose Toots, if Noonan is right, why doesn't he have 1 ounce of sympathy for her and feel bad he had to shoot? He feels way off emotionally. Yeah. Yeah. Right? I barely knew her. We only went on 1 or 2 calls together. I mean, Bradl hasn't even brought up if he only went on 1 or 2 calls with Kelsey, one of the calls that they went on together was when Kelsey was 20 weeks pregnant. The two of them walked in on a new mother who had taken her infant's life and taken her own life. One of the most gruesome scenes ever. And I don't know, because I'm not a law enforcement officer, but wouldn't that bond you if you and that guy responded to something so horrific together and experienced that together? But he barely knows her. Yet he told his neighbor that she was a whack job. Yeah, because she tried to kill me. And he tried to get that in way too many times. Right. He has PTSD, Good Citizen says. Like I said yesterday, she says, Bradl did bring that up, right? About his PTSD. Didn't you tell Kelsey that you had PTSD? She's like, no. Now he's got to get into that incident. And who wouldn't have PTSD after responding to that incident with Kelsey? From what I hear, the way that it was done was incredibly gruesome. But that's a good point, Goose Toots. Boston Lisa said, did I miss something? Didn't Daly say Kelsey was kneeling when she lifted the gun, but Noonan says she was standing? Daly wasn't there during the shooting. Daly wasn't there. So I don't know how he could have testified to that, Lisa. But you may be confusing it with some of the stuff that we read pre-trial. Or Noonan might have said that at one point. He said she was on one knee. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for your 10. Justin Mum with MS says, why would he put on gloves and then say they're dirty? That's your guess is as good as mine. Because he didn't want to touch the baby with his dirty gloves, his neoprene gloves. Wendy Terry says, became a new member. Welcome. And Tara became a member. Welcome. Ms. Holmes says, I wonder why Bradl didn't mention the size of the room. Well, he's getting there. Maybe he's getting there. We're not done yet. Cross isn't over yet. Thanks for your super chat. Ambi Lee says, I really dislike Noonan. I knew Cross would be great. I do not know how anyone can still think Kelsey is guilty. Thank you for being the best. Listen, there's always three sides to every story, right? Your side, my side, and the truth. And I don't know that a jury could get past that. And so that's why I think it's important to have a bench trial here. Kelsey has already served more days in jail, 103, than she would under the guidelines if she was convicted of this charge. And that's what is such a travesty here. And if she did, as she says, point the gun at herself, I'm not sitting here advocating for her to have custody of her child right now. That is not what is going on here. But under the police guidelines or whatever those rules are called, if a suspect is only intending to harm himself or herself, you're not allowed to use deadly force. And that's why it is so important for Noonan to protect himself. Thank you, Erica, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you so much. Sammy, thanks for being here for 5 months. Joanna became a member. Eliminating, thank you for your 20. He says, I think the reason that Noonsky said what he said was predicated on Kelsey not surviving the life flight. If much of the impetus is to save his pension, I wish we addressed that compassionately. If it was a mistake due to PTSD, just saying. I don't, I am not fine. Can I find compassion in my heart for this man after I'm listening to his testimony? I don't think I can. I mean, if you can, we can agree to disagree. But right now, I think his testimony should be a little more compassionate if he wants to be believed, in my opinion. Thank you, girl. We can agree to disagree. Gun pointed at face. Wouldn't you duck? Yeah, I don't know if law enforcement. I don't, Charlie, I don't. Listen, I'm not law enforcement, nor am I a law enforcement expert. Kyle, I am bothered through and through, yet no blood, not on the wall, not on the floor. And where is the backstop at?
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay.
He just blew my ears out. This man knows how to find a mic. He's like the MC of the courtroom. God save us from the Commonwealth. That's right, Kyle. Those photos are just weird to me.
All right. Just for the record, Officer Noonan is not in the courtroom, correct? Okay. And Mr. Bradl, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to introduce Ryan Leonard and Julie Hess. They're attorneys that are working with us in the probate court. And I wanted to ask if it'd be all right if they were up here because they've been assisting us with various factual matters. Would that be all right with the court if they sit here?
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, if they file appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day. That's fine. And let me just let me get your names. So your names again?
Julie Hess, H-E-S-S.
Julie Hess represents her on the custody matter.
And you?
Ryan Hunter, L-E-O-N-A-R-G.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
So he's going to let them just file their
So,
appearance on the
let me
record?
Just,
Oh, that's nice. He's not making them file the piece of paper, notice of appearance. And you and me, Cassidy, became a member. I love the Grateful Dead, as you know.
discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at sidebar. So Mr. Bradl came to sidebar, asked for permission to explore 3 areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Bradl, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the three areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore three areas on cross with Officer Noonan on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony, right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's
Okay.
right, Your Honor.
Wow.
And I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Wow.
Okay. So number two, and
That's a question a lot of you have asked. Was he drug tested after this event? I've been told by law enforcement, former law enforcement, that it's a requirement anytime there's I don't know if it's just a discharge of a weapon or an actual shooting of a person. I don't know, but it's a policy and he was not.
I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number two was that essentially you allege Officer Noonan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number three, that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA.
Yes,
or
Your Honor. You're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work, and you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman
Okay.
going around on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Bradl, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these three things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and has nothing to do with the prosecution team. And there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did. But let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing. But I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Bradl, what's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth's position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy. Because
Wow.
the collective bargaining agreement policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so in that way, there's no potential promise reward. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please, please.
I didn't write in my paper as I'm
Sure.
doing it. I think, again, this goes to promises, rewards, or inducements. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing of consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
Okay, what do you say to
Did you say
that?
remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is, because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even on,
Take a
even
crack
on,
at
well,
the
even
other
on,
side of it.
no, even on my theory, and just give me a moment. Even on my theory that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this, and here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation to keep him happy, so he does well, so he's economically enriched, so he's treated nicely, and it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony, but he gave, I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So,
His first interview.
he's being rewarded for cooperation, what, for doing his legal duty, that is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented, or is it a legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't, go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the fact finder. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as we would treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions North Andover Police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of Rule 14. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradl says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no good faith basis to ask these questions.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Bradl, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly missed a shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated that sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that.
We know.
And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant action, adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information.
Oh,
And
a number of whistleblowers have approached them with information. That's news. Seems like he got special treatment right away when they didn't drug test him right away and they didn't interview him until 3 days later. They've got a lot of liability. They've got a lot of lawsuits against him, North Andover PD. They just paid one out in December. Let's hear about the whistleblowers.
we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
Hold on a second. To assert generally what
your
sources, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed for on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows that he's receiving favorable treatment.
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is, that this, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued. And that at some point it was sort of after the fact thing that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake. And that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into and I won't say it, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay, so let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Noonan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed a shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a public a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question.
Right.
And he says, yes, no, okay, then what? Let's say he says, no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, at a minimum, we have that.
All right. So, all right. And then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's an ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and.
What's the source of your information?
Another whistleblower, Your Honor. And, they come to me in good faith and,
have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. the objection to this would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Bradl, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns Commonwealth?
Well, you shouldn't be talking to him.
Okay.
You shouldn't be. He's under oath.
So he may resume the stand, Officer Noonan.
All right. So Noonan was out of the room for that whole entire thing. And he'll allow it for a limited one question each. Wonder what else the whistleblowers said. Thank you,
Thank you,
Raven.
Officer Noonan. Mr. Bradl, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
Sure.
Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
All right, and you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Come on, man. He doesn't know the policy.
Now, you also
If they're shooting another
are on
cop,
critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And that is an accommodation that was made via a side, may I inquire, Your Honor, or?
We've already gone past one question.
Yeah, sustained. Next question.
was an agreement with the union.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained. No, you've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Bradl, next question.
All right.
The law and crime.
Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January. Yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me just hear the question. Officer Noonan, please don't answer it
Yes,
until
sir.
I hear it. Go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to live with the answer.
Yes.
All right. Yes or no? If
I
you're
have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So.
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with cross, right? I'm assuming that you're.
In that area, right,
All
in
thank you.
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank you.
have.
Yeah, he's spinning the ring. He's self-soothing. I just want to hear that last question one more time. He says he's been helped out by the union. Viewers pointing out that Kelsey has received zero help from the union.
Against you, was it?
Please don't answer it
Yes,
until
sir.
I hear it.
So
Go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes,
Okay, and you're going to live with the answer.
yes.
All right, yes or no? If
I have
you're
no,
able-
I have no idea. I was just
No idea.
called in one day to sign it.
Okay,
Signed
So I have
it.
no idea if it was or it was not.
Read it.
all right. So,
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with Cross? Right, I'm assuming that you're.
In that area, right,
All
in
thank you.
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank you.
have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes,
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
can you ask that again?
Yeah, you
I'm
said
kinda
that there was
confused.
discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about it or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
So here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
it could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play.
See what he snuck in there? She had been sectioned prior. She'd been sectioned prior. There's no jury there, but he snuck that in. She might not take it well. They're on notice. They got a big problem. This is a bad shoot. A big problem because they were on notice of this exact situation happening. Let's hear it again.
It was when we
Your thought process, or you didn't know, but that wasn't your.
that again.
Yeah, you
Kinda-
said that
kinda
there was
confused.
discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about it or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
So here,
How did they know her private medical information that she was sectioned prior? He barely knew her.
you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
it could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police.
Oh, good. Let's hear it.
Okay.
Interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a step.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay, so we're gonna have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked? If you're not able to do so, if you're not able to do so today, tomorrow morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay, all right.
Say had just taken out a restraining order and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
So that's
We're
what you
gonna-
said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes,
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
if that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't,
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
because she tried to kill me.
Oh, he loves throwing that in there. A section is an involuntary psych hold. Because she tried to kill me.
right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't,
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
because she tried to kill me.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, are you
here
asking?
today?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes, it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
I'm with other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number,
Now he's
I don't
got
wanna
empathy.
give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number,
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
and it's a 978. Just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career.
Oh.
We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in,
Oh,
right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember.
okay. 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 Sounds like he spiraled to a very dark place. Tick, tick, boom. That just came in. He's reading from the text message. Kelsey must have had it on her phone. Oh, let's rewind and hear that again. This is important because it goes to his state of mind. And Bradl had asked him earlier, and this is impeachment, didn't you tell Kelsey that you had PTSD? And he said, no. And this is impeachment, classic impeachment. Let's take it back to the beginning of the question, beginning of the questioning.
That she was someone who, right? So that's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes,
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
if that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't,
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
because she tried to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, are you
here
asking?
today?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes, it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
So that's when it happened. August of 2024. He shoots Kelsey June 30th, 2025. Murder suicide of an infant.
I'm with other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number,
Mail battle.
I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number,
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
and it's a 978. Just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her.
And when was your last tune-up prior to June 30th of 2025? When was your last tune-up? When you felt like you were spiraling down a rabbit hole in a very dark place with this therapist that you've been seeing for 10 years. And no shade. Therapy is a wonderful thing. But maybe if for 10 years you've been spiraling into a very dark place, maybe law enforcement's not the place for you.
I don't remember that at all.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yeah.
And I apologize, I have to do this on my cell phone.
What is the tune-up? Is it medication or is it a good talk for 50 minutes? Therapist or a rug dealer, right? I got a guy for that. Don't worry, I got a guy for that. It looks like they're frozen, except Noonan's moving, but it looks like the two prosecutors are frozen. Right. Is it psilocybin therapy? Is it the Billy Bush School of Management?
Two screenshots, first of all. That's a contact, and that's your phone number, and it says Noonan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here.
Yeah. And you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is the black part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in
Oh,
blue,
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a tune-up, et cetera.
It didn't say therapy.
His answer was he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when a witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And
Fair
so,
enough.
and I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says? What I suggested?
It does.
And so we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
Again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her.
So you made it up?
And that was one horrific call.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
And then you just go get a tune-up when things go dark? Thank you, Ellen, for tuning in from Denmark.
I want to go back to the bedroom where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I
Just
don't
yes or-
remember
just
that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe. Yeah.
And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
Yes.
right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth?
Yes.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly right.
Chance pointing out that the witch trials never left Massachusetts. You are correct. This case used to be in the Salem courthouse, which was quite fitting. Now it is in Lawrence. Thank you, Karen, for the copay. She said another copay. Wouldn't watch this with anyone else. Thanks for your 10.
No problem, take your time.
Hello to Scotland, Rebecca. Thanks for coming. Fairy Raven wants to know why Noonan didn't do a quick search in her room. That box was right at the door and he was inches away from it. Fairy Raven's tuning in from Ireland. This story is now worldwide. The world is watching. If you are watching from outside the U.S., tell us where you're watching from in the chat. Bruce said, he said she was bringing the gun up and then he was afraid she would go downstairs and shoot Justin, not fear for his own life. Thank you. That redhead says Noonan had no clue Bustin was there, but he believes Kelsey somehow did. How did she know he was there if Noonan didn't? I wish Bradl had caught that. See if he comes back around to it. 635.
Page 11, counsel. The 80-something page report, 90-page report.
Ellen pointing out that whistleblower, so Kelsey's not entirely alone. That warms my heart a little, even if they can't be public about it. Ellen's in Denmark. Thank you.
With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up. She grabbed my hand. I held her hand, consoled her. And then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me. Death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember.
Wow.
Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, because when you were being investigated by the outside investigatory agency run by attorney Dan Bennett, you're fighting to keep your job. And now all of a sudden she was holding your hand, looking you in the eye, and you just asked her why. And she gave you a death stare. That is a lot to add when you're under independent investigation, and as is your department. And yeah, I just totally forgot that part. Were you lying then or are you lying now, sir? Let's listen to that again because that deserves a rewind and we're not very far behind because, yes, they were holding hands. Remember Jen McCabe holding hands with Karen Reed and saying our father? That's about it. I feel the same way about that testimony as I do about this testimony.
You know you want to be here for that ring a bell.
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up. She grabbed my hand.
For his hand.
I held her hand, consoled her. And then I asked her, why? and she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
Ah, yes, you did.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just forgot.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Death stare as in she was dying. Death stare as in she wanted to kill me. And that was my proof. I asked her why. Could mean a lot of things though. Why? Why do you want to take your own life? You have a child to live for? Or why did you try and kill me? Freeze game on point again. I see right through you. I see right through you. One of Alanis Morissette's best songs. Thank you for coming to Tim Bradl's barbecue, sir. You are sufficiently charred, or maybe black and blue, as some people prefer their steak, or tuna. And his facial expression tells us everything we need to know about how he felt that his cross went, in my opinion. I don't know. Does this require a sound effect of some sort, like this one? Bradl says, "I have no further questions." Wait, hold on.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So, no more, you're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun,
Yes.
that Officer Court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned.
Oops, sorry. Hold on. I want to see a picture. That picture again. This is a picture of where he says he put the gun. He took the gun off the bed and he put it onto these shelves.
Cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before. Correct.
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor in?
How did he know she was sectioned before the call? Hold on. I don't think I went back far enough because I wanted to see that picture. Here it is. Here's the picture. First of all, has it ever been established when these pictures were taken? Because we see no blood on the floor. Okay. We saw no blood on the wood floor. In my opinion, if she was shot through and through, there would have been blood on the floor. Am I wrong? Where do you see any room to even put the gun there? Unless it was on the right. But of course, they didn't take a picture with the gun there. There's a lot of things on top of that little bookshelf. Okay. How did he know? We're going to get to that now. Has anybody ever said when these photos were taken? The evidence markers are still there. The crime scene tape is still there. But it's almost like they had Coco come in with a mop and clean the floor before they took the pictures. I see right through you, Alanis Morissette. All right, here we go. I don't remember. I don't recall. I got no memory of anything at all. That's him.
You put the gun
Yes.
that Officer Court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before. Correct.
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you tell Officer CORR what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you.
Nothing else.
Objection, Judge, that's hearsay, and it's, I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's,
Listen, I love Tim Bradl, but the objection has to come before the answer. The proper time to object would have been, what did they tell you? Objection, hearsay, not after the answer's already out. And then if the answer's not good for you, you object. It's not a wait and see how the answer comes out kind of thing. Hello? Chop, chop. Listen to that again. I'm sitting here yelling objection.
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
Objection. Don't let it come out what they said, because you're only bolstering your own case. And that's what the prosecutor's trying to get you to do.
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
There's a lot of time.
Objection, Judge, that's hearsay, and it's, I have a motion to strike.
okay, it's, overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
Well, I guess he told them that.
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Bradl, I'm not.
I would've went for it anyway.
That last statement in for the truth, just for state of mind.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Sorry. Judge, can we approach sidebar before the witness departs?
Before the witness departs, oh, you are almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
I don't like that sleep machine sound. All right. They're at sidebar. I guess maybe he wants to bring up something else that the judge might not allow. So we'll see. What happens next?
Thanks. Go ahead. Thank you. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
All right. Here comes Officer CORR, the one who allegedly took the firearm from the. He secured the firearm. He was the third person, I think, to touch Kelsey's firearm. Stephen with a V, CORR, North Andover PD.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now with hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Tell me that court clerk or court officer does not want to be on Law and Order. He's so good at this. And he speaks with such authority. I love him. One more time. Let's give him his moment. Let's give him his big moment, his one line in today's episode.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now with hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. You can have a seat, or I guess good morning still.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor.
Can't believe it's still morning either, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name?
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen CORR. Stephen spelled S-T-E-V-E-N. Last name is CORR, C-O-R-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay. What are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day.
Correct.
Okay. At some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at a time with an arrest.
Okay. And the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes,
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I do.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it, so you knew where she lived.
I do. Yes, correct.
We're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well,
just
I'm
try
sorry.
to-
Excuse me.
The gentleman, were they all stalking her? Law officers in the chat, do you know where all of your fellow officers live? I don't know. Is that normal?
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road up by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board in my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs. And there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left, yes.
Okay. You went upstairs.
Correct.
That would be Kelsey's mom. You guys are telling me that you know where every cop in your town lives. Wow, that's wild to me.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs. There was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was two doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay. And who did you see when you entered that door?
I saw Lieutenant Daly. I saw Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, secure that firearm. And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
Can't find that picture right now. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of that white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you're in.
And again, I don't know, would it be standard protocol to take your phone out of your pocket and take a picture of where the firearm was before you collected it and put it in a safe or secured it? Would that be standard protocol? Because again, this is a picture of the bookshelf without the weapon on top of it. Wait, let me zoom in on it in case I'm missing it. And it's got, I mean, I don't know what this thing is right here. It looks like it has flowers on it or something. I'm not seeing a firearm. Am I missing it? These pictures suck. They're like from a 1978 Polaroid camera. Or maybe it's just there's glare on the overhead projector screen. But you'd think they might take a picture of it. But listen, they don't take pictures of broken taillights either, right? So, I mean, that's MSP, North Andover PD. I don't know. No big whoop. It's just evidence.
Is it correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so You didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in that room. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct? And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you.
Let's just roll that back. There was one bullet that was racked in the chamber. Hold on. Noonan said she shot twice, right? Or the first shot clicked, didn't go off. She did the tap rack, and this guy says there was a bullet in the. I'm not a firearms expert, so I don't exactly know what this means, but I'm sure one of you will be able to analyze this. Okay, let's hear this again.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you. And ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So this
is
image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
I don't think I went back far enough.
So you handed him a photo.
He's making a lot of hand motions. They're funny in reverse. Donkey Noggin's got me. Okay.
Release button on the side. I looked at the box. It wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct? And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a picture and ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So this image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Okay. Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing, it was at the top of the stairs. I backed up out of that, and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I draw right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
If I may publish it.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes,
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
He's calling it a box, but isn't it a safe? I mean, you can see that there's a combination on the outside. Looks like a gun safe to me, but they're just calling it a box. Like I thought it was going to be like a shoe box or something, like an Amazon box that he just found on the bed. Hold on.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
yes.
Lockbox.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Ms. Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet.
Okay.
I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, "Hey, did she get a round off on you?" And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure.
Right. It's of marginal relevance because the judge knows it didn't really happen. Listen to that again. He's the one who said,
If he was good. In the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay.
Right.
Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought
right, the French door to the baby's room. And then Noonan said, oh, yeah, he pointed that out to me. And then we realized it was old damage.
I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, "Hey, did she get a round off on you?" And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure.
Nothing else.
Cross?
All right, we're on cross already.
Mr. Bradl, cross?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, sir.
Yes, take your time.
Officer CORR, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
I'm
Oh,
not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
oh.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the?
Oh, sorry.
audio only because, to make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in a police report, correct?
No, I did not read a police report, no.
No, no report.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time.
30
frame.
days.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct?
I work with him, he's a coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident
to the
happened to
30th?
July 30th,
July.
he's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Wouldn't the chain of custody of Kelsey's weapon that she allegedly tried to murder her coworker with, because remember, the original charges were attempted murder. Wouldn't the chain of custody of that firearm have been important enough to not only make a report, but to be interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police? Apparently they didn't think so. They don't do chain of custody in Massachusetts. I know I should know better by now. But wow. I guess it should surprise me, but really nothing surprises me anymore.
I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
If he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
Okay. And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Amy, did you do that? Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Come with you, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Bonasaro, please.
I mean, another helpful witness for the defense. If you're going to charge her with attempted murder, don't you think it's important to have a report with regard to the chain of custody of her weapon and an interview? It's like they just act like there's nothing wrong with any of this. Hope the judge can see what we see. Sorry, who did she call? Oh, we'll just fast forward to it. He's got some evidence with him.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now at hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
He's a Proctor looking dude.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police?
All assignments are what I'm doing now.
Start from when you graduated from the academy, briefly.
All right. So graduated academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the Firearms Identification Section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there,
went to the narcotics inspection unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the narcotics inspection unit, and then to firearms identification section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the firearms identification unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the firearms identification unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of mass general laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, ammunition, semi-automatic pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role. We're looking at making sure everybody has the training and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yeah, so as of right now, we're down a few supervisors. So I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize
Ballisticians have entered the chat.
some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, make sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armorers courses, you go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure you're up to date with all the standards.
And the armorers courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several rifle, shotgun, firearm armorers courses.
Can you estimate how many weapons you've examined over the course of your career?
Hundreds,
And how many weapons have you test fired?
over hundreds of them as well.
And do you also have the opportunity to examine ammunition as part of your work in the firearms identification unit?
Yes, looking at the components of ammunition, yes.
And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And you've examined estimate how many projectiles over the course of your career?
Thousands,
And how many scenes have you responded to?
hundreds of scenes.
And have those been both fatal and non-fatal shooting scenes?
Yes,
Have you conducted and participated in the microscopic examination of ballistic evidence?
yes, several.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 100 cases.
And have you had the opportunity to testify in the courts of the Commonwealth?
Yes, several courts.
And if you could name a few of those courts.
Middlesex Superior District, Suffolk Superior District, Worcester Superior District.
And today you're in Essex.
Yes.
Before I ask you specific questions about the case, I just want to ask you some general questions about how firearms work and how ammunition works. Can you explain the components of a live round?
So you have several components. So you have the casing that encompasses everything. You have the powder that's inside of it, and then you have the projectile, and you also have the primer. So you need all these components to make ammunition. So all these components combined will make one combustible material. You'll have what's called a firing pin. It'll strike the primer. Primer will ignite the powder inside of the casing, which holds everything together. Once the gases build up from the burning of the powder, the projectile will leave that casing.
So the projectile is
I know it sounds like he's on 2 times speed, but he's on normal speed. Thank you, Michelle Davenport, for your kind words and for your super chat. He has said this exact testimony so many times that he's got it memorized.
What's commonly known as a bullet,
Yes.
and the case,
Casing.
so the projectile is what's commonly known as a bullet,
Yes.
and the casing is what is often recovered at crime scenes.
It's also referred to as a discharge cartridge casing, so it's been extracted from that firearm.
Is there a way for you to determine whether a round has been discharged from a working firearm?
There is. So you're looking at the tool marks of what's left over on that discharge casing or that projectile. So originally, you look at the class characteristics. Does it have the same design features as that firearm? Is in regards to a projectile, is the twist going to the left or the right based on that design feature of that firearm? If it twists to the left, it could sometimes be 6, 5, 4 right twist. So you look at these characteristics, make sure they're in line, and then move forward into what's called individual markings. As firearms are produced, they're produced by tools. As tools are making these firearms, the tools are wearing away. You also have little pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material that's in front of these cutting edges.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
So, did you say what marks?
A bunter mark. A bunter mark.
Can you spell that for the court?
It's BUNTER.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
Thank you.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
You can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. Will strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. It's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up that other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have?
Did everybody catch all that? The judge is like, huh? What? Can you slow that down and put it on half speed?
To do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide, or does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. Will engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in a magazine.
So the cartridge holds the projectiles or casings in the magazine.
Yes.
And what part of the gun is the magazine?
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon.
So the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. The magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top. That spring tension pushes that live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
All right, he said quack.
I'd like to direct your attention
At least
to
5
June
times now.
30th of last year. On that date in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did,
Where did you get called to go?
to a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting, which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went.
Yes,
What time did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly what time. It was in the evening hours.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the 3 of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit, as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part in the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered 2 discharge casing as well as a projectile.
And did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crimes and services photograph the scene.
Thanks, Kyle.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in Massachusetts State Police. They document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
Can we see the videotape?
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 9 photographs. I just asked that you take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
Thanks for tuning in from Wales, Welsh Lady Reads.
Counsel, Mr. Bradl, will the defense be objecting to any of these?
I don't know what counsel has there.
Okay, thanks.
She should have shown them to Bradl before showing them to the witness.
I thought there was an objection.
Okay, perhaps when, hold on one second. Perhaps when you're done, when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradl, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few and you can object to a few or all of them.
Stacy's in Aruba. Have a great trip.
Take your time, Mr. Bradl.
Thank you, Laura. A lot of memory issues in Massachusetts. She says Massachusetts. Kyle says no one keeps an essay without one in the pipe. Hey, Harbor Beauty, welcome.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection. Okay, let's have Mr. Green mark those individually.
Thank you, Dumpster Fire Show. It is the pollen is starting to come out here in the Northeast, so
You said there were 9.
maybe that's why they're sniffling. Although Dumpster Fire Show says that they have allergies to the truth and clean investigating. We have a little room to move while they mark all of these exhibits.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as KB1.
And come to your screen if you can, do so safely and want to see the photos.
Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Where is it?
Sir, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is Exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you Exhibit 83.
Wait, was it? Is that it right there? To the left of the marker, right here where my cursor is?
Showing you Exhibit 83. What does the picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the close-up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it been moved?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Wouldn't that be more important? They moved it
Showing
before they
you
took the
Exhibit
photo.
84.
Clearly, the location of it would have been important, but they moved it before they took the photo. That's what he said. Listen to it again.
Space in the,
Why would, has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it been moved?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Couldn't take a picture? Too confined?
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a sprint projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
All right, come on back. Spent casing inside the curtains. Now we need a wider shot to see where the curtains were in relation to the air conditioning. Oh, we can see that it's right above the air conditioning. Now you can see the air conditioning unit. See that again?
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a sprint projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me one moment to just catch up?
Judge is taking notes. It's all over it.
Can you, do you mind putting that back on? Okay, thank you.
What does picture 80, Exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of placard number 4 of that spent projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
They found evidence markers and they have rulers on them. Go
And
figure.
Showing you Exhibit 87. What does Exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from placard number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it's taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, taken a photo of it.
Showing you Exhibit 89. What does Exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes,
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
Oh, so they didn't find the one that struck the air conditioner. We are Charlie 1971 pointing out that's not a casing in the curtain. That's the actual projectile out of the casing. That's what he said, right? He said it was a spent projectile above the AC inside the curtains. That's what my notes say. And so is that the one, the through and through from Kelsey's chest? And then they found a bullet hole in the AC, but they never found the projectile. Let's do that again.
Back end of that projectile strike conditioner with the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes,
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo, that one there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Detective Lieutenant next showing you Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharge cartridge casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
And what did you do with the discharge cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bunter marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to
Yes.
say? And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharge cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
Correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Right. He said he
Did you
missed.
continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
And what else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casings and the projectile.
But they moved it before they photographed it. And Kitty, yeah, Noonan says he did miss the first time
May I
because she
approach,
was a
Your Honor?
moving target.
Yes. Oh. Let's, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right.
Very good. Have some room to scooch for the 5-minute recess. It should be getting towards lunchtime pretty soon.
Let's,
The judge was distracted. Maybe he had to take a call.
Kelsey
Fitzsimmons matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
okay, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a number of firearms the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There's two North Andover police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the two North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes.
Ironically, Kelsey was also a North Andover police officer. So they took Houston's firearm. Houston's and Noonan's.
And the two North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes.
We haven't heard from Houston yet.
And did you also inspect Lieutenant Daly's firearm on scene?
I did.
And what did you determine with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had,
Well, I'm sorry. This almost only happens in Lawrence. But the window's open over here, which is what we need for, because of our HVAC, but I'm having trouble here. Do you mind closing that?
Elaine is pointing out they found
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat those.
They found a spent casing and one round in the curtain. Where is the ejected round from Kelsey's gun? The tap and rack would have produced a full round to clear the jam. Elaine, you know a lot more about firearms than I do. If anybody has an answer to that, please tag Elaine Burris in your answer.
Last question and answer, I didn't.
Thanks, Elaine, 320.
What was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
he had one magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any unaccounted for rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Noonan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Noonan's firearm.
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes,
Well, she's leading because the judge was distracted by the outside noise, so, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Bradl. So overruled, all right. So
We're all
now I
confused.
understand. Thank you.
So what's to lose?
And sir, I'm next going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 10.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as one loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
So there was a loose live cartridge in the box with Kelsey's gun. Charlie says there was no round chambered before tap and rack, i.e. no ejection prior to tap and rack. Except there's one loose in the box. So let's just see that again.
Magazine. Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as one loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
Yeah, I can't wait for Runkle to go over this testimony either. You and me both.
I'd like to ask you
Jeannie.
about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct microscopic analysis with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all three weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class characters, as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Noonan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
Nothing came from
change
Kelsey's.
gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings in the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
There was no malfunctions from Kelsey's weapon? The only spent cartridges and casings that were found were from Noonan's weapon. There were no malfunctions from Kelsey's weapon. Does that mean that Noonan's lying, that she pulled the trigger? I'm going to wait for her uncle too, but let's just hear that again.
The discharge.
Safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon.
The weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs.
That's Kelsey's weapon.
Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings in the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was the that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
May I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with?
I'll do it again, Your
The
Honor.
gun didn't malfunction. She didn't have a bullet in the chamber when she first tried to fire.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It's safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the
Okay, come to the screen if you want to see Kelsey's weapon because he's showing us everything. Some of my experts in the chat can tell us what they think about Noonan's testimony. All right, here we go.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It's safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine well. The weapon is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest that were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges. And you have 2 test fires that are conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask a question.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's, we're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts, Mr. Bradl, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No, Judge.
I don't know, are you able to even?
Object to the meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this kind of stuff.
I would ask that we just wait to
Sure,
put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
sure. Thank you.
How about we do the gun in the box and then the rest we can tag individually?
Sure.
Coco was there in person yesterday and felt that Noonan was very cold.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor.
David says it wasn't a jam or a dead primer. It was a mag inserted, but there shouldn't have been a click. Your profile picture's hilarious. They hate us because they ain't us. Patriots fan. That tracks.
91 is the magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 is in magazine.
93 is the magazine with ammunition.
Yeah, she's handling the evidence without gloves on. I'm going to fast forward through this because hopefully we get to a lunch break soon because I have phone calls to make during regular business hours that I can't do while I'm on here with you guys.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges. You would chamber around. You take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially, the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
My apologies.
No, I'm asking, that's a question.
He said
you mean
17.
7, right? Not 17?
The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17
17.
is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
Detective
And
Guru.
so
Detective
when you
Guru.
add an extra round, what's the capacity for the
I thought
weapon
you
itself?
touched the
So we'd
magazine.
call it 17 plus 1, so essentially 18 live cartridges.
So getting back to that, in that black box, in this, I'm showing you exhibit 80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you examined this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was 1 loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that is reflected in the 1 loose round cartridge. That's in exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective Lieutenant demonstrate?
Any objection? No. Demonstrate with.
A dry fire with no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile particularly in the chamber.
I don't like when they do this in court.
So if you could stand up and.
Do you remember in the Brian Camp trial, the prosecutor was waving around a gun and actually
Again, there's
pointed
nothing
it
in the magazine well.
at someone on the stand? It was
Nothing
wild.
in the chamber currently.
Sorry, I was talking over him. I'm just going to take it back. He's going to demonstrate for us now.
Demonstrate.
All right. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well. Nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. We've moved the slide forward, still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And in order to reset it, so right now you have a dead trigger, it's not going to do anything.
Tap
Again,
and rack.
pull the trigger, audible click. And that's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, batteried?
It's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen. So you're going to have the firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer is going to ignite the powder. Powder is going to build up gases. Projectors are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit an ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All in one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
Thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon, but no bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pulled the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, take your time.
Satu says, spent casings in the bedroom indicate Noonan was in the bedroom. Also, why was Noonan put on suspension following an officer shooting? I don't think he... Why was he or why wasn't he? 3-5. Okay, here comes Cross.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective BONASORO, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant BONASORO.
BONASORO, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me now.
Okay. And let me know and I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
And so, just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach, Your Honor?
I'm going to show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Bradl, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct,
thank
Your
you.
Honor. So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor.
Sure.
The question was, the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round, do they all have the same head stamp?
the 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp.
Correct.
Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
Sure.
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was no there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
Okay, and you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex detective unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there, and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report, and again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
That's fine. Let me ask, Mr. Bradl, do you think that now's a good time to break for lunch? Do you think?
Sure,
And then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So,
Thank you.
we'll stand at recess and let's start back up at 5 of 2.
Should we have him
All
put
right.
the gun lock on?
Lunch recess.
Should we put the gun lock on?
All right, we're going to take lunch until 1:55, 1:55, and that is Eastern time. I need to make some phone calls that I can only do during business hours, and so I may come back a few minutes early to talk about some of these questions, but everyone go, hydrate, take a break, get a snack,
Thank you so much.
get something to eat, and we will come back. Let me just put up the break sign. Take this down, put this up. Oops, oops, take me down. All right, we are in recess until 1:55. That is we only have about 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes. Go do it. I'll see you soon. Talk amongst yourselves. Be kind to each other. I'll see you in a few. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Court's not back, but I'm back. How are as everyone? Did you guys get something to eat? Did you hydrate? Because we still have a couple more hours left in the day. Probably this judge goes until what? Almost 5, right? Let's get back to some of the questions that you guys asked before I took a break. I'm not muted. Am I muted? Sound is bad. What do you mean sound is bad? Hold on. Can you hear me now? Why are people saying that I'm muted? I don't know. Jump scare. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. All right. Let's take a look. Where were we? Where were we? Kit Kat wanted to know why they weren't showing diagrams or visuals of the body positions and 3D visuals. How is it possible to happen that way? Well, they would need an expert to bring stuff like that in, or an accident, like a reconstructionist to bring in evidence like that. You mean, why isn't the defense doing it? And the defense hasn't put their case on yet. So we'll see if and when the defense puts on a case, whether they have any experts who are going to come in and show those kind of visuals. I think it would be helpful for the judge, because the judge seems to be paying a lot of attention. And he's taking notes, and he's asking for things to be repeated. He's asking his own questions. So we will see. It is the Commonwealth's burden of proof. So we'll see what happens at the end of their case. This is interesting too. Al Dente said in one part of his testimony, Noonan referred to Kelsey as a rookie, right? As a rookie when he was supporting her and telling her all about his PTSD and how, he'd been seeing a guy. He had a guy he'd been seeing for 10 years, and he fell into a deep, dark black hole. And then he would see him every so often for a tune-up. That's when he was trying to help out a rookie. But then when she was in the bedroom, all of a sudden she was an experienced officer, right? You picked up on that, Al Dente. Well done. Well done to you. Son says, tuning in from Western Australia, does Noonan feel that everyone who has suffered a traumatic life experience deserves to be sectioned or only with jobs? Well, he did let it slip that he knew that she had been sectioned before. How he knew that, I don't exactly know. And also, I don't remember if she was actually sectioned during her postpartum or if she went in and then was discharged and was actually not sectioned. That hasn't come out yet. So that's interesting too. His testimony is kind of all over the place, and I don't really know that I find him that credible. Tell me what you think. Thanks for your super chat. Gail wanted to know, can Tim ask him what Kelsey would gain by killing him? He could, but I think I know what Noonan's answer would be. Well, she's just a whack job. Because apparently, maybe there's a witness who's going to come in, who's a neighbor of Noonan's that Noonan told she was a whack job too. And then Noonan said, oh yeah, because she tried to kill me. What was her name? Maureen. Let me look and see if there's a Maureen on the witness list. He did say Maureen, right? But as you can see, Bradl and his team have been doing their homework. They've been doing their due diligence. I don't see any Maureen on the witness list, but just like, the North Andover Fire Department is doing their due diligence about Justin, as he said so proudly on the stand, or not. Thanks for your 10, Gail. Jody said, didn't Daly say that Kelsey was the one that asked Noonan why? Kelsey was the one that asked Noonan why. Let me go back to Noonan's testimony, because Noonan said that he asked her why, right? And then she looked at him with dead eyes. She looked right through him. Yeah, whack job seems to be the term. What they call the girls seems to be, unless he just was taking a page out of Proctor's book for his testimony. Hopefully the judge is taking good notes. I have a feeling he is. Ms. Jake said Noonan said that he was shooting as he was giving commands. So he didn't give her a chance to comply before shooting her. The whole thing is going to come down to whether Noonan's testimony is credible, that she had her weapon pointed at him. And if she did, it's a good shoot, right? If she didn't and she had it pointed at herself, it's probably not a good shoot, because if someone is only a danger to themselves, you're not allowed to use deadly force under the regulations. Thank you, Ms. Jake, for your 5. You guys think he's a liar? We Are Charlie says, no, Daly didn't say that. Noonan said he asked her why. Daly said she had a baby to live for. Right. Daly said, hang on, breathe. You have a baby to live for. Look at Dan. Dan is here, and Dan is in Cancun. Dan is in Cancun this week. Do you have your I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little sweatshirt? Because that is a must when you go to Cancun. So thanks for listening to me from Cancun. I'm flattered. Shannon says, how did the pew get under her leg? It just did. Massachusetts must be teaching them these answers. I don't know. Is there a script when they go to get prepped by the DA's office to come in to testify? Just say, I don't remember. I don't recall. Kyle said earlier how he was outside the room allegedly, and I don't know what your how was referring to. Was that I'm not sure. Venus Blue Cupcake said, I thought Noonan gave his firearm to his captain, Gray, and took his. So, yeah, because this guy who's on the stand now, the Ballistician, said that he collected the firearm from Noonan, right? Chance says, it angers me that cops can be so sloppy in their work, which has consequences for people's lives. They rely on qualified immunity. As a nurse practitioner, if I was this sloppy, I would have malpractice cases against me and no qualified immunity. I know. Nurses are awesome. Shout out to all my nurses out there who are watching. Kiki says, if I understand his testimony, her weapon was excluded, not fired, and was functioning properly, equals Noonan is a liar. Thanks for your 5. So he said Noonan may have handed off his sidearm to his captain. Then MSP collected what they were told was Noonan's sidearm when they arrived on scene. That makes sense, Zoe. Tara says Noonan testified he was a righty, but Turtleboy posted a photo of him writing with his left hand. Hope he told Bradl. I didn't see it. Sue says Runkle has an opinion about Noonan. It's not exactly complimentary. I can't wait for his recap the next night that he goes live. Good. Highly recommend. If you guys don't watch Runkle of the Bailey, he's Canadian and his specialty is firearms. He's a law tuber too, and he usually goes live at night. Thank you, Suze. Sarah Takes on DC says Noonan said he's right-handed. Picture shows otherwise. I haven't seen it. We're back, but court's not back yet. Thank you, Sharon Alayan, but spelled a different way, for becoming a member. It was an inverted picture of his hands. We're going to try Court TV's feed this afternoon to see if we can get better sound. So once again, we will have to modulate, but that's what we do here, so we're good. Thank you, Mingos, for your Venmo. You're amazing. Thank you, Paula. Paula says Noonan was on duty due to a swap. Wondering if the swap happened after Justin called the North Attleboro Police Department and plan was in motion. You mean North Andover? Thanks for your incredible coverage. Thank you, Paula, for watching. Does Runkle use a Dyson Airwrap? Mitchell wants to know. I don't know. Nancy says she's grateful. Thank you, Nancy, for watching. Sharon is rage crocheting as she listens. Thank you, Ernest, who says great job covering Fitzsimmons. Thank you. Colleen says, here's something that I heard today in the Kelsey trial. Daly said the gun was under Kelsey's left leg. Noonan said Kelsey was lifting her right arm And that's when he shot her. Or am I reading something into this? I think his testimony's all over the place. But they did say the gun was under her leg. I'm not sure if Daly said left or right, but at some point he rolled her over. Betsy says, your passion is fire. Thanks, Betsy. Katie said, great show today, Miss Melanie. Loyal cupcake from Walpole. Thank you. Deirdre says, thanks for keeping it real. Thanks, Deirdre. And Lynn says, thanks. Free Kelsey. Stacy says, Massachusetts residents here. Resident listening to you in my right ear from a beach in Aruba. Thank you for your narration. Thank you, Stacy. And I wish I was in Aruba right now. Colleen says, watching with you, Kelsey's trial. I have lost my voice screaming. I'd love to see the behavior panel, gentlemen, review and get their opinions on this officer, Davey, these cops are fighting. That was actually from yesterday. Did they do it? I don't know. I'm not sure. Thank you, friendly farm girl, for buying me 3 matcha lattes. It's usually coffee, but I prefer matcha latte. And she says, I really enjoy being on your channel. Thank you, friendly farm girl. Thank you, Susan, for buying 5 matcha lattes. And Jem bought a matcha latte. Oh, I wonder if that's Jem Mootlu, spelled the same way, G-E-M. Thanks again for your intriguing commentary. 3 matcha lattes from Fairy Raven. Thank you so very much. Court TV, I don't know what they're doing with their framing right now. Let me just put it up so you guys know that we're not missing a thing. This is what's going on in Court TV right now. Somebody's standing directly in front of the camera. Thank you, Fairy Raven. Tuning in from Ireland. And Scott, thank you for the matcha latte says, March winds will blow all my troubles away. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It's a Grateful Dead quote. Thank you, Scott. Jen bought 3 matcha lattes, says, thanks for getting us through fighting for Kelsey. We're trying. We're trying. Thank you, Gigi, for buying me 5 matcha lattes. You're awesome. That was from a couple of days ago. Now I see. Oh, thank you, Natasha, for complimenting my eyes. I appreciate you so much. Jay-Z is here and gifted 5 memberships. Not that Jay-Z, but another Jay-Z. Let me get it right back to the right background. There we go. Oh no, that's Edric Foss background. We can't have that one. We need this one. Here we go. Kyle's back. Thank you, Jay-Z, for your very kind donation of 5 memberships, and welcome to all the new members. Kyle said I was referring to the brass regarding in the room. Okay, so the brass in the room wouldn't be in the room unless he too was in the room, is what you're saying. And he claims that he was on the landing and he never went into the room. But as I recall reading some of the pretrial statements that we read and some of the motions, didn't he say at one point that he was in the room? I hope they can impeach him with that. Thanks, Kyle. Missy said, I'm watching from Paul's Barbershop in Quincy, Massachusetts. Well, hello, Paul's Barbershop in Quincy. Shout out. Are we on the big TV there for everyone to watch? Tracy Russo's here. How did the weapon get loaded? Noonan let her run wild upstairs, or an experienced officer with an infant stored a loaded weapon? Noonan lies. Thanks, Tracy. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor south of Boston. And if you want to get the hell out of Boston or south of, call Kay Willis. She's your girl. And she gifted 5 memberships. She's amazing. Thank you so much. SF in Texas says, did you hear that Julie Grant is no longer with Court TV? Oh, girl, that's old news. That's old news. That's like from, I don't know, at least a week ago. Law and Crime, which is Dan Abrams' network, bought Court TV. And they got rid of almost everybody except for Vinnie Politan and Ted Rollins, and they may have kept somebody else. And so I think what they're doing now is moving most of their content to streaming and or just YouTube. And that's what they're doing. Kind of like Ashley Banfield left News Nation and she started a YouTube channel. But so I don't know if Court TV is going to still have Vinny's shows. I don't know what they're doing. I like Matt Johnson a lot too. They let him go too. And Judge Ashley, I liked her too. I mean, Julie Grant had such horrible opinions about Karen Reed that I couldn't even watch her, but Court TV is changing their whole entire format. Yeah, they all slammed YouTube, and yet here they come. Here they come. YouTube is where the cool kids hang out. Ms. Bouquet says, much love from me and Harrison. I love you with all my heart. Oh, I love you guys too. Thank you so much. Somebody said in here, and it was interesting. It's interesting because I'm not a gun person. Never owned one, never really even fired one. And so I am not a gun person. And I know that a lot of you are. I didn't grow up around guns. I didn't come from a family of hunters. You know, I'm a New Yorker. And somebody said in here before that, wait, where is it? Pretty sure most people keep their clips loaded and sitting separate in their drawer. Would take a few seconds to insert a clip and pull the slide. And then somebody else said, a lot of you don't own firearms and it shows. That's the comment that I'm looking for. Here it is. 777. Some of you do not have firearms and it shows. Of course the firearms are loaded. That's super chat. You just read. It was highly uneducated, not on your part, but whoever posted it. I'm not an expert, but I do have experts in the chat. And maybe you're one of them, 777, but Kyle is also. Kyle's law enforcement from Dallas for, I don't know what, over 30 years, I think. Scott, one of my moderators, 25 years on the job, NYPD. And there's a lot of experts in the chat. And I don't claim to know everything. And Charlie says, nope, mine are fully loaded at all times. Right. I don't claim to know everything. And as a civil litigator, I certainly didn't know everything. And so that's why you hire experts. Right? I can't know everything. Got to be learning every day. And a lot of people say, a lot of people don't own guns. That's not a weird thing. No, I don't think that it's weird. But I think a lot of us in the chat know more than others. And I think some people speak like they know a lot about a lot of things, but they really don't. Right? So that's why I ask that you don't put misinformation in the chat. I ask that if you are an expert in something, absolutely let me know because I love to hear from you. But passing along information as fact that is not a fact or just your opinion, just say, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're back.
Recommend the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, I think we left off during cross.
May I resume your?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Detective BONASORO, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay, this is my voice.
Okay. And there's
That's
other
court.
documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Are we equal? Only tell me if you're listening on a good device with good audio so that I don't see 4,000 comments going by that you can't hear the court. All right. Sounds good. Okay. Awesome. Oh, here's Yo Donnie. Yo Donnie's here. Yo Donnie is here. I met Yo Donnie in the casino after the at the Wilbur show. We had a good time. We all had a good time at the casino after the Wilbur show. All right, here we go. Moving on. We are back to, well, let me change the banner. Yo Donnie's got over 40 years on the job because he's an overachiever. Here we go. The ballistics expert is on the stand. Detective Michael BONASORO from the Massachusetts State Police. Tim Bradl is doing cross. And here we go.
Report, right? Lieutenant Detective BONASORO, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence. It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right, okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene, okay? Who did you get, and again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47, and we'll just use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
The lawyer you blow says, FYI, this is relevant. Glocks don't have a traditional safety, which requires a separate action prior to firing. The safety is integrated into the trigger on a Glock and engages while firing. Thank you for teaching me everything I never knew I needed to know about firearms. Right. And everyone's saying you got to keep it loaded because what are you going to say? How do you tell a criminal to, hey, hold on, I got to load my gun? I mean, who is this guy? This guy's name is scrolling along the bottom. He's the ballistician. We learned a new word today. He's the ballistician. Ballistics for the Massachusetts State Police. He tested all the guns. He collected all the guns.
These would be the notes, right? And this is just another copy of that report.
Yes.
Yeah, I find this guy to be perfectly credible, this guy Bonasoro. I mean, he knows a lot about what his job. He speaks very fast. He's testified probably 1 million times. And I find him to be credible. He's not bothering me at all, except he reminds me of Proctor a little bit. So I'm going to put Proctor up in the corner. Should we do Proctor before his glow down or after his glow down? Let's do the after glow down picture. There it is. The patron devil of Massachusetts State Police, the most embarrassing chapter in Massachusetts State Police history. And it wasn't me who said that. It was the actual commissioner of the Massachusetts State Police. Here we go.
1-1.
Ballistician. Workday.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
Okay. And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm. And I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm.
Tell me, why was Chief Gray, well, Zoe said it better than I would. Why was Chief Gray playing handsy with evidence in a cop-on-cop shooting? Why was he not manipulating? Why was he handling it? Why was he changing it from its condition? because they have several lawsuits against them already. They've got some liability here potentially. And Gray shows up on scene, collects the weapon, changes it from the form that he found it in, manipulates it. I would say manipulates it. Gray gives it to another guy who gives it to this guy. And Noonan testified that Gray swapped out his own weapon with Noonan's. I give you mine, you give me yours. That is tampering with evidence, to be in trouble.
At some point.
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And, all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report, from item 1-1, so it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the
Oh,
administrative
really?
portion of the report.
Okay. And
It's just a mystery. Tell me if I'm right, firearms experts. So there was a box magazine found from Noonan's weapon that had 16. I can't even read my own damn handwriting. There were 16 left in the magazine. That means there was already one in the chamber and one came out of the magazine because there's supposed to be 18 altogether, right? So that accounts for the 2 rounds. I think they said there were 17 round magazines, right? And now they've got another magazine. Look at his face. My freeze game is so on point today. Another magazine that doesn't even indicate which firearm it came from because that was a mistake. It's a mystery. Spin the wheel. Hear that again. Big mistake.
fill in who magazine from. You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion
Wow.
of the report.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from,
You're right.
correct?
I just changed my opinion on him. You're right. I just did.
In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan,
Right.
1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time.
Mhm.
I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault. And I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report.
Was it a scrivener's error? Asking for a friend.
So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
But that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody reference is from Logan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct. Correct.
Wow.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Cue rapid blinking. Don't cry, sir. Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
His speech has slowed down a bit.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
Wait, did he say that's by mistake or not by mistake? Hold on. Chat's flying now. Busted down a Bourbon Street. Set up like a bowling pin.
Mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
That's by mistake, right? And he just said yes. He just admitted to a mistake. This is a cop on cop shooting. The ballistician potentially is one of the most important witnesses here. And at least he admitted his mistake. Bill Gonzalez has given him props for admitting his mistake. Guess he wasn't double checking his work.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey?
Miss Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons, yes.
Officer Kelsey.
And then you have a box magazine 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from 1-9, from Ms. Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do two removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay, so these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes,
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes,
Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the two discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings, yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes,
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those two discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes,
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other two, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113. Unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. One step ahead of me. That was my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what? Breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it,
This is giving me like Richard Allen vibes. He was convicted on that bullet that was found buried near the girls, right?
that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark if it came from the magazine. If it was loaded in the magazine.
I don't know what you're
have
talking about.
Possibly an ejector mark, but a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read you back? Okay. All right.
So he didn't look at it. So he doesn't really know if that bullet was from Kelsey's gun. I want to hear that last question one more time. It's getting distracted by the noise complaints.
Be deposited on that cartridge, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
It wasn't even tested.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that, unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
It wasn't tested.
Read you back? Okay.
It wasn't tested.
All right, you may step down.
Reasonable
Thank
doubt?
you. And come up and call your next witness.
Houston is coming to the building. Houston, we have a problem. One of the three officers who came to Kelsey's house to serve the order. The third, this is Timothy Houston. We've heard from Daly, we've heard from Noonan. Those were the three we saw on her surveillance camera coming in the house. All right, Court TV, do not zoom in on the attorney-client communications that are privileged, because if you do, you're going to lose your privilege to stream from the courtroom, and that would be terrible for you because you've changed your whole business model, and a lot of people quit watching you before that because of your biased reporters. The courtroom is packed. Oh, take a look. I mean, not a lot of empty seats there, if any. Here's Houston.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Watch your step right there. If you could try to speak up nice and loud right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Yeah.
That's an outfit.
Yeah.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
He's a low talker.
Sir, did you, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
I'm getting the feeling that he'd rather be anywhere but here. Is anybody else getting that feeling? He would rather be anywhere but here. This is what you call a reluctant witness. I don't know. Could be good, could be bad. He's low talking. His posture isn't great. He's mumbling. And I think he just doesn't want to be here. So it's going to be interesting to see what his testimony is.
When was that you joined the PD?
I started the academy in November 2020.
And your rank now, you're patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my 3rd year. It's basically If you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
And what did that entail?
And he's wearing a tie clip, strike 3 for me. This is the officer who came to visit her in the hospital, her friend. Okay, making sense now, because the department wants them to testify against Kelsey, wants him to testify against Kelsey. And he has probably been up at nights because maybe Kelsey was his friend. Does he want to keep his job or does he want to keep his friend? I don't know. Let's see.
I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focus on reconnaissance. But while I was there, I started as a dismount. Then I moved up to a gunner, and then I was a dismount team leader, and then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Now we're going to jump back to the PD. Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
Okay. FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job, learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding.
There it is. He was invited to her wedding. I mean, you just don't invite rando strangers to your wedding, do you?
We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. We were working that day.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Noonan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Okay.
All this testimony about Kelsey's car and where it was parked and where it was normally parked, and that it's so odd that it was parked down the road near the school, reminds me of all of the testimony about Higgins' Jeep with the plow on it, parked in front of the mailbox. That kind of wound up, they never closed the loop on that. And so what do you think they're trying to get at with her car not being in the driveway? I don't know, but it seems like they're trying to pin something on the girl because she didn't park her car in its usual spot. So weird. It's like everyone was stalking her. They all knew where her car normally was and it wasn't there that day. So what is the inference that is supposed to be made from that exactly? This is weird.
Did you lot kind of tucked away down the road?
Tucked away?
Kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Noonan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, and it parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
My only memory is what I
Just to clarify, is he saying that Noonan met him in the same parking lot where Kelsey's car was tucked away? Was there a playground over there in this parking lot? Is it possible that she took the baby to the playground? Maybe she didn't want Justin coming to take the baby. I don't know. But did they go to the same parking lot where her car was parked? Did they intend to serve her with the order somewhere over there on school property? Gubitosi is trying to get to something, but he's not making the point at all. Unless he's just going to make some shit up in his closing and say this is what it meant. Right? It's the school right next door. They have a sandbox there? I don't know. It was June. It's hot. Maybe she took the baby over there for a walk. What is the big deal? Let's see if he gets to the point ever. When, if ever, he will get to the point.
As to how you were going to handle, at some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
My only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances of why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before. So, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place. We're taking her firearms.
Full stop. You can tell that these witnesses may have been prepped before Kelsey decided to go with a bench trial. Maybe, in my opinion. Because boy, are they playing it up for the jury that's not there. We knew that she had been sectioned before, i.e., she crazy. She crazy. So of course she pulled her firearm out and pointed it at Noonan because, she had been sectioned before. Section is an involuntary psychiatric hold. Usually it's 72 hours. I don't know about Massachusetts. Maybe in Massachusetts it's 30 days. Haha, just kidding. They'd try and, slip that into the jury. Say no more, say no more. She cray. She cray. But all this tells me is that they knew that they were walking into a potentially volatile situation, which in my opinion, puts more blame on them for not securing her firearms. She parked at Bella's mom's. Well done. I think she was sectioned after she had the baby when she was going through her postpartum, I think. But again, there's been no evidence as to when. But they certainly all were gossiping about her while she was out on leave. And just in it for the money might have been, in my opinion, perhaps colluding with them. Listen to this again. Kelsey went willingly, right? It wasn't a section. I think she wanted help for her postpartum.
My only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with just the circumstances of why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before, so, I mean, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place, we're taking her firearms, we gotta take the baby, give them to Justin, so we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well, and, we weren't sure what was gonna happen.
Okay. Have you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
Right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door or the side porch door, whatever.
So it was an ambush. So technically, it was an ambush. You parked around the side so she wouldn't know you were coming. And that's how much respect you're showing to your coworker. Okay. He parked out of sight from the house, right?
Take us from there.
So we
Take it from there.
We parked off to the side of the house, out of view.
Out of view.
Of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, though.
When you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Okay. Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches. Had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
What was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere. And I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it. It was empty. And Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you...
And you just believed her. You know what that says to me? All three of you jackasses found her to be a very, very credible person. Because she was just like, trust me, bro. And you were like, yeah, okay, cool. We trust her because she's credible. Was it a conflict of interest for these guys to be serving her with that restraining order, civil order? Why didn't you say, take me to the safe so we can secure them? Why didn't you get the guy to come and secure them? Why didn't you? Wow. Here, I want to hear that again. I saw a firearm, holster on the couch? You guys have zero intellectual curiosity. Zero. This was so preventable. that it makes people wonder if it was intentional. You knew that she had mental health struggles. All of you have said you knew she was sectioned before. And yet you weren't prepared for this at all. And she's the one on trial here, not Noonan. What are we doing?
You notice something?
Did you notice
Around the living
something?
room at all? at that
Yes, I
point?
did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere. And I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant
You can see a handgun case sticking out. Okay. Gotcha.
Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it. It was empty. And Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Uh-huh.
So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that?
I don't care if she lied about where her firearms are. Her lying about where her firearms were is not the problem. The problem is that you three morons didn't collect them. That's on you. And if I lived in North Andover right now, I would move because these are the people protecting you. It's like they're trying to pin it on the girl because it was her fault because she lied about where the firearms were. Wow. I know YouTube is kicking people out, is sending you back to the beginning of the stream. Try and get back here. Wow.
That question asked in the basement.
Assured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
But you let Justin go in the
Um,
basement. You sent Justin down there with unfettered access to where the guns allegedly were. Because Justin was down there before the shooting happened, because we saw Justin run like the whatever fill in the blank word that he is and trip over the wall outside when he heard the gunshots. So you let Justin go down there where the firearms were, because, you know, he wouldn't know the combination to the gun safe. This makes no sense at all. None.
So what happened next?
Right. Maybe she said they were in the basement so that they would go down into the basement so that she could go upstairs and do the deed that she claims that is what she wanted to do. Right? Because a reasonable police officer would immediately go down and secure the guns. And so she thought that maybe that's what she thought. I'll tell them the guns are in the basement. So they'll obviously go down to the basement to get them. And then that way I can go upstairs and do what I intend to do without interference from these morons. Okay. Cool.
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, you know, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So.
All right, this Twitch is not going to stop. We told her Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. This is trigger. This is a trick. This is triggering me like Jen McCabe talking about Bella's mom while John O'Keefe was driving in the car with Karen Reed, so that Karen Reed would hear about Bella's mom to trigger her. In what world would they have Justin come to the house to pick up the baby after he just got a restraining order on her because he's so afraid of her and what she's going to do to him and or the baby? The incompetence is overwhelming. It is brazen. You didn't think that was going to trigger her? That you're telling her, the guy who just took the order out on her, that she's, and you're invited to the flipping wedding. You're invited to the wedding. You didn't think that this might trigger her send her in some sort of spiral? Because you all said you knew she had already been sectioned. Were you trying to make her spiral? Wow. The baby was born in February, yes.
Next. So, what happened next?
So we told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, you know, how long is he going to have him? I need.
Okay. Lieutenant Daly told her Justin was going to come pick up the baby. They're all three in the room with Kelsey. Noonan was there too. Noonan, Houston, and Daly were all sitting in the living room with Kelsey when Daly said, Justin's coming to pick up the baby. So Noonan lied when he said, I didn't know Justin was coming. Your Honor, I rest my case. Right? How many times did Noonan say on the stand, I didn't know Justin was going to be there. I didn't know Justin was going to be there. I didn't know he was coming. I didn't even know he was there. Did I miss something? Didn't Noonan say they were all there together? They all three walked in together. We saw it on surveillance. They're sitting there now. She put the baby in the bouncy seat. He finds the gun case on the sofa. She says the guns are in the basement. All three of them are there. I don't think Noonan was wandering off. Thank you. Thank you, Houston, for at least telling us that Noonan's a liar.
The pack for him. So
Again.
we told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, you know, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Or was Noonan?
And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house.
That's correct.
Was it? Why was that?
It was still, we were still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, there was.
Wait, did he say that we were on edge? Three highly experienced, trained law enforcement officers. Most of you were in the military. You were all on edge. Why is that? Because you didn't secure the firearms? Or did he say she was on edge? Hold on.
It was still, we were still a little bit on edge.
We
She
were
had
on
to
edge.
go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
You were on edge because you thought she was going to pick up a butcher knife and stab you? I'm sorry, what? If you were so on edge and you thought she was so dangerous, why didn't you cuff her? Why don't you zip tie her hands together and put her in the back of your squad? What are we doing here? Right. Maybe they were on edge, Law Mom says, because someone believed Justin and hyped them up to be afraid of her. Mm-hmm.
It was all along the kitchen, a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point, did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
Okay.
What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
To that same door, you guys.
Okay, so Houston was the one who was bouncing with the baby in the enclosed front porch. So she trusted you too, Took possession of the baby. I think the baby was a possession for Justin too. That's my opinion.
Come in.
Correct. When her mom showed up.
To that same door, you guys had come in?
Correct.
And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
And by the way, if she knew that Justin was coming over and it was a trigger, do you think she would have told Houston take the baby outside to look at the cars? Come on, man. Okay, so he goes upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, there's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room, has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it and started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
Was it too heavy?
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point, she heard a female's voice downstairs, and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
Okay. And so you stayed up there.
I stayed up
Do you
there.
remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved. I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay.
And
where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look in?
Was it Courtney that she heard causing a scene? We saw Courtney waltz right into that house. She said, "That's not my mom's voice. Who has my baby?" Because remember, eventually, Courtney walked outside with the baby.
To it?
And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay.
And
where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it, and she saw me open it, and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice and she said, I don't want him in the house. And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out.
None of you thought about that when you were planning your game plan in the parking lot of the school? None of you thought about that? You thought it was a good idea to invite him over? Kay Willis, she's a realtor. She might be able to help you sell your house in North Andover if you want to get the hell out of there. Many of you were gifted memberships by Kay Willis, the realtor, today. She actually did say that she's received a few calls from my show. And she's not a sponsor. You didn't think of that beforehand, though. It wasn't part of your plan. It just occurred to you when she told you she didn't want Justin in the house. I can't.
Kelsey heard his voice and she said, I don't want him in the house. And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah,
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
Okay.
3 people could not fit on that landing. You've seen the landing in the pictures. Yeah, Justin did enter twice. Thanks, Charlie.
You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, all right, Justin's, I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside.
With the guns.
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So it was, the lights are off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. Lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
You were having a moment where you were afraid of the dark? What moment were you having, sir? You were just like having a moment? Did you fall into a black hole too? Do you got a guy? You got a guy who can just, top you off or whatever? I had a moment. I didn't see any lights down there, and so I had a moment. Let me hear this again. He was afraid. You might be in the wrong profession if you're afraid of the dark.
So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah. So at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
No, that's not what you said.
What did you do?
You said in your prior testimony, you heard him say, Kelsey, don't do it, twice. And now you're saying he just said Kelsey, and then you heard 2 gunshots? Okay, cool. I can't wait for the impeachment of this guy. Listen.
I heard Officer Noonan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And What happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, start medics. I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, you good up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? He said,
Objection. Hearsay.
she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually.
Okay.
Just didn't want anything further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, that I don't even.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for. There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, but maybe he and Noonan had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay, would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second, there's an objection.
He just said, Noonan told me she pulled a gun on me, she pulled the trigger, and she racked the slide. And the objection is made after the testimony. Did he get chastised for speaking over a witness once? I don't know. That's what somebody just said. Let's hear that one more time.
Once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay, would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second, there's an objection. You strike what?
Non-responsive. It's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and frankly news to the defense.
Okay, so first things first, on the hearsay issue, Mr. Gubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
Oh, he wants the excited utterance.
Or state of mind?
Both.
Okay.
He wants an objection to the hearsay rule. Hold on.
That it happened.
Gubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So Mr. Bradl, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to reduce.
So
That's what I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradl that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which conversation.
And I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report,
Okay.
to refresh his memory, yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that, and we'll take it a step at a time.
Just going to ask you to look at the timing.
Just so you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled a gun on me or she pointed a gun, racked the trigger, etc. So you can have them clarify.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I can just have one moment.
Sure, take your time.
He was adopting Noonan's voice right there. We see that a lot.
Judge, there's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor. Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of a reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's now clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so
How many tries do you get?
He now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm politely saying is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, a battered woman or something where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different that the statement happened, I mean, Your Honor, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
Oh,
All right, so the discovery.
Kubatosi comes over. Oh, look at this. Look at this guy. I already didn't like this guy because of his overuse of air quotes when he was talking about how he had no interest in prosecuting Justin Alayan for the breaking and entering into Kelsey's house because he didn't see a crime. There was no crime. And now he sort of flips the report at Bradl and says, it's in the recorded statement. Watch this. Gubertosi. That's a better use of nickname for him. Watch this. Come back to your screen for a second. Put down your rage crocheting kit.
the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
All right, so the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on, again, on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
no, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time.
He does have tiny hands, like Kristen Wiig's character on SNL that had the little tiny hands. He's got tiny hands.
All right. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradl articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to.
I'd just like to put on the record, it was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning. So.
All right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant Daly. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing. She was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And so.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now you're concerned about the guns. I'm sorry, she said.
Where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Okay. Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED. I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that. Handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me one moment.
Sure.
Mr. Wayne.
Daily.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me one moment.
Sure.
Mr. Wayne.
I don't know. They just put the sound machine on for what reason? I don't know. And of course, it was 3
Down the
times.
stairs,
He
and
said it 3
I'm going to
times.
jump back just a.
Thank you all
3
set.
is the magic number.
All right, thank you all set.
I'm going to jump back just a minute. When you went up the stairs and you saw Officer Noonan, did he have his gun out?
Are we talking about when I came up with the med bag or before that?
First time.
First time, he had it out.
And how was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
All right, let's go cross.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't, I mean, I guess that's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and or take him for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also put some, tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take them downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take them downstairs. She just put them in my hand
And where did that occur?
on the landing
Upstairs?
upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell Kelsey,
Correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick.
Close your eyes, listen to his voice, and tell me you do not hear Nicolas Cage. It took me a while to figure it out, but he sounds just like Nicolas Cage.
How long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? It was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Relative, yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Correct.
Did she say, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself"?
She did not say that.
Just, "I'm sorry"?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Of course, it's 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so, do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it. Isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
We call that gossip. He just didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just, it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So
Anything
when
is a
you're
weapon.
serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
A lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
Demeanor shift. Candlestick can be a weapon. Look at him.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
That's a death stare. Kelsey knows about the mute button. And Kelsey's talking to Bradl now. She's got something to add. She's as invested and as knowledgeable about her own case, I bet, as Karen Reed is. Yeah, like a young Nicolas Cage is what I was thinking. Martha Coakley, now speaking to Tim Bradl.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly.
Okay.
That's it for cross.
Weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right? That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you use a term in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Houston is leaving the building. A lot of purple in the courtroom.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak directly into this thing. You can pull your chair out. The judge can hear you.
How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hi,
All
ma'am.
set.
Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes, my name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
Um,
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in their wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th.
All right. Turncoat bridesmaid. The turncoat bridesmaid has entered the trial. Look at her face. Freeze game on point as usual. Kelsey's friend. I don't know. Should I use that in air quotes? You know what they say, with friends like these, you don't need enemies. Michelle Mitchell.
Of 20.
Wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone, and she was driving around North Andover, and she was crying, and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
You, where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He's a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
Oh,
Who is
Courtney.
Katrina.
A friend of Kelsey.
Of course, Courtney had her hands in it. They were all ganging up on her. All the turncoats went to Hunter's house. This is going to be interesting. So if your mind started to wander with the last witness, come on back to me. The conversation she had on the phone with Kelsey, the only thing Kelsey said was that she needed Justin. And the baby was crying in the back seat. And then she had to pull over to feed the baby. I don't know. Does that make her a bad mom? They were all worried. Let's see why they were worried. Okay, here we go. We got Katrina. We got Michelle. We got Justin, Hunter, and Courtney.
Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
Was she the maid of honor?
And without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Were you curtain twitching like the McCabe's at 34 Fairview, looking out the window, seeing Karen's car pull up and up and up and look at my look, freeze game on point. Come on now. I saw Kelsey drive by the house. Dun, dun, dun. Somebody said that she smirked when she said Justin's name. I just need to see that again. And then we'll fast forward through it again. Hold on.
He is a friend of Justin's.
And
Or
Justin
smiled.
Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Is any
Yeah. Why does it matter? Like
Go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a.
she texted Justin that she drove by and
Katrina.
saw them all there.
Gathering and
Did
going
Sorry.
seeing.
I want to go back.
drive by Hunter's house.
I saw her drive by.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Curtain twitcher.
Ross?
Why do you hate Kelsey so much? That'd be my first question. Why do you hate Kelsey?
Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin.
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin.
Needed Justin. That is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
She just said that she only found out that she was meeting Justin from Justin. Right? That Kelsey didn't tell me she was meeting Justin, and then she just changed her whole answer. I got to hear that again. She's a Kelly Dever.
Meeting or needing? No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
See? She did it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
Listen.
Just a couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say
No, she was not meeting Justin. Then she changes her testimony within 2 sentences.
meeting Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin.
It was crazy.
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin.
Needed Justin. That is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
Okay, it's real-time gaslighting. It's gaslighting in real time. I had to rewind that just to make sure that I wasn't the crazy one.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house?
Yes,
And that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
that is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
It was the gathering of the bad vibes. The gathering of the bad vibes. If you know, you know. Swimming and drinking.
No, Mr. Bradl.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now,
I just want his next question. He should be coming out like a Mod Cruz, you know, the first question, like, why did you lie? Or why didn't you cry? Were you banging Justin?
you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes,
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
yes,
And going by the house is
route?
a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
Yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further.
She drove by because she was on her way to meet Justin at the Common.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes.
She was driving by because she went to meet Justin at the Common.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, you needed to see her walk out. Hold on. Choose your friends carefully. Public service announcement of the day. Choose your friends carefully. Because if they will get up on the stand and backstab you. That was Cardi B. That was Cardi B from her trial saying hello.
I find
Discussing continue in open court, Mr. Bradl, we were discussing, why don't you give me an update on the potential for a view?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's something that we can do. And I would say that, you know, in a bench trial situation, we're speaking directly to the fact finder, and we have moved for the view. In the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and Your Honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So the defense had moved for a view for the judge to be able to go to the house where Kelsey used to live. It's since been sold. She had to sell it to pay her attorney's fees. Go figure. And the defense made a motion saying that we want you, judge, to go visit the house so that you can get a lay of the land, as it were, in person. And apparently he got the new homeowners to agree to allow the judge to come and visit the home. And now Bradl's going to leave it up to the judge about whether or not he wants to go visit the home, whether or not he needs an in-person visit. And hopefully there's no renovations that have been done and it's still in the same layout that it was before. And also he says that he thinks that the defense case will close by end of day tomorrow. So today is Tuesday, tomorrow is Wednesday. We may have a verdict by tomorrow or Thursday. See what he says if he wants to go and look at the house.
All right. And as for, so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay. And Commonwealth, what do you say?
Take no position.
Well, here's the thing. You take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure, no, I'll take no position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it. And go there with an open mind, and
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence, like it is in a jury trial. You know, my observations. And the issue, I just need, I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers just on the procedures that we'll use. As I told you at sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do. But I'm all for it. I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay. So let's just take even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I could talk with you for a moment.
All right. Which stands in a 5-minute recess.
All right, we have room to move until the end of this recess. It's unclear if the Commonwealth has rested. I did not hear them say that they rested. All right, coming back on the record.
Mr. Wayne.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed, and I met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne, so let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the three groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradl, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said your Mr. Bradl has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house, and then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Wayne, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be this is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house or really.
Yeah, don't show up there. Do not show up at the Phillipsburg Roadhouse. Please don't do it.
Within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. So I'd ask that the North Andover police, I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it, but that the North Andover police do what is you, or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time. Let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Wayne know what the time that you want to go. And then what we'll do is, if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of it will be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? Yeah. It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded. So there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view,
it'll be Memorex. Won't be live. It'll be Memorex.
Locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right. And we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke, we anticipate Thursday morning. Just to give you a heads up, we need a little time to.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay. That's time. Just let her, okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay, all right. Okay, that makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case.
Yes, Your Honor, two or three
Okay.
witnesses.
All right, excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target and the evidence tomorrow, we can that can happen on Thursday. All right. And one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Court stands in recess. Please remember when you exit the courtroom, there is another session that's up and running. Thank you.
All right, so the Commonwealth may have one more witness tomorrow. It sounded like then. All right, their terrible audio is really annoying me more than usual. Then the judge will go on the view, and the attorneys will go on the view, and their staff will go on the view to see the house in which this shooting occurred. And then Bradl says he may have 2 to 3 witnesses after that. And then they'll do closings. So it may wrap tomorrow, it may wrap the day after. What was the purpose of Michelle Mitchell? That's a great question. Just one of Kelsey's turncoat friends. Made it look like Kelsey was stalking Justin. I don't really know. All right, we've got a bunch of questions to go over. And I'm going to teleport you over to Runkle for 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Hold on one second. So that you will not miss it. So when I hit end on this, it's going to teleport you to his 8:30 Eastern show. Runkle is a Canadian law tuber whose specialty is firearms law. And so he's going to explain it to you far better than I ever could. And tell him I said hi. All right, here we go. More questions from since we came back after lunch. Kyle, thanks for your 5. If a weapon is not ready when it's the fan, you have an expensive rock. Thanks for your 5. Pierce Williams said, my magazines are fully loaded on all of mine. One of my pews is kept with a round in the chamber and a magazine in. Thank you for your 10, Pierce. Bill Gonzalez came in with a couple super chats today. He said it's called hampering with evidence. Did you mean tampering? Was that a typo or are you making a joke? Hayden's Mass says, could Justin's parents have connections with judges through court-mandated people to their Utah camp? Many things are possible. We don't know the extent of it just yet, but I think maybe at some point some of this will come out. Thanks for your 5. Bill also said, Bill Gonzalez, I don't like the strategy of a bench trial. You need 100% as opposed to a jury where all you need is 8.33% for a mistrial. I think in a case like this, the judge is going to understand the law far better than a jury, in my opinion. Thanks, Bill. Frisvold says maybe they think she was hiding something. I think she knew he was stalking her. We're talking about the car, where the car was being parked. Everyone took his word as gospel. Yeah, why is that? Why is that? On top of it, says, we're 2 days into trial and I have no idea what the weather was like. Isn't that refreshing? Bill Gonzalez said, I'm currently sectioned. Thanks for your time. Steph says, to me, it sounds like Kelsey was trying to hide her car from Justin because the fact that Justin had access to the cameras in the house, so she was being stalked, I would say, and scared her, I'm sure. It's a great point. GB Packer fan says they were so worried that she was so dangerous, yet was going to return back to work a few days later. That's right. This guy doesn't want to go against her. You were talking about which witness? This was from 2:44 p.m. So I guess you were talking about Houston. Thank you for your 5. And Bill said I was joking. I know it's bad, but I can't help myself sometimes. Listen, we got to laugh or else we're going to cry. So I always allow snark. The chat is called the snark tank for a reason because they keep me laughing and you guys are wicked funny. So go on with your bad self. We have to laugh or else we're just going to cry all the time. Chastity said, could them parking out of view be because of the narrative Justin gave about her being a danger to herself and baby C? Could be. But then they should have been way more prepared when they went in there to confiscate those guns and they didn't. Keeping it real. Thank you for your super sticker. And Kyle says, sure, surprise the crazy. That works out well. Dancing in the pea patch. Thanks for your 5. Says, okay, why didn't they ask Justin where the guns were? They pre-planned with him. Right. And Justin's testimony was that he took his weapons out of there on the 29th and he kind of just left hers on the bed. That's a great question. Thanks for your 5. Bexweiser 7 says, former law enforcement here, why was no mental health partner present if they all knew about her history with PPD? Because they just didn't. Not a requirement, apparently, in Massachusetts. It would have been probably preferred, but they just didn't do it. Unreal sloppy at best, intentional at worst. Thank you, Bex. Officer Houston, UK Anton is here and says, Officer Houston here, showing the same amount of enthusiasm for testifying I'd show if randomly selected to relief pitch in the World Series or perform open heart on an airplane. Thanks for tuning in from across the pond and for your super chat. And then Bill said, Justin the Brave would never run. Oh, well, we saw it. We saw it. Do you want to see it again? Maybe you missed it yesterday. Well, please, I'll find it for you. Because I think it was Jenny Cochran who did the Lord's work and clipped it. Let me find it though. Hang on. But Jenny, did yours have music? Wait, hold on. All right, shout out to Jenny Cochran who posted this on the cesspool of Twitter. Here you go. For those of you who didn't see it or may want to watch it again. Where are you? Here it is. Oops. 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 I don't know. I'm in a mood. I could just watch this all day. Oops. Feel for your 10 for reminding me to play this clip. It's on a loop. That follows his karma. You know what I always say? Karma knows your address. Karma knows your address. We covered this earlier. Thank you. We covered that earlier. Oh, look at us. Alienated sharpness. 6 months of official togetherness. Happy anniversary to us. Thanks for being here. Okay, now this thing won't stop playing. Okay. Ellen from Denmark says, I feel so bad for Kelsey listening to all these backstabbing scumbags, realizing the full extent of betrayal. I still don't understand how Karen Reed managed to stay sane through 2 trials. It's true. Healing love to both. Yes. And I've pinned Kelsey's fundraiser in the chat. If you have the price of a coffee to donate to her, every dollar counts. Good legal representation is expensive. And she had to sell her house to pay her attorney's fees because of what this guy did. Steph says, I find it pretty cool that her little man was born on my birthday, June 16th. At least that's what Justin said when he testified the other day. Well, he's wrong because his baby was born in February. But happy upcoming birthday to you, Steph. He apparently doesn't know his own baby's birthday. Rick says, I'm no longer a pianist. I am a pianistician. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, wait. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Praise be, Alpha Man. Thank you, Rick, for your super chat. Steph said, oh, February. Oh, I thought Justin said June. I think he did say June. I think he did. Or he said 2/16. Oh, he said 2/16, not June 16. Thank you, Little Cupcake, for clarifying. David said he also said that she was afraid that she was going to go downstairs and harm Justin. He also said that he was afraid that she was going to go downstairs and harm Justin. Right. Thank you, David, for your 5. Laura says, Noonan is a gaslighter extraordinaire. I'm 3 hours behind and watching when I can at work. Oh, I love you, Laura. You're the best. No, you are. James says she was at the department the day before. Why not make an excuse for her to come back that day to the department? She was actually at the department that day. That morning, she was there doing a CPR class with the baby. Everybody was fawning over the baby. That's how they knew not to give her radio back, because somebody said, oh, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They knew Justin was going to go to court that same day. Lula says they let Justin go down to the basement unattended, believing there were unsecured guns down there. Well, I think she said they were in a safe, but regardless, he would know the combo, right? Did they get all their badges off the back of a cereal box or something? Thanks, Lula, for tuning in from across the pond for your super chat. Masters of the Criminology says, why is Noonan's state of mind an object here? Wouldn't this be Kelsey's state of mind? I'm confused. Well, because the issue is, did Kelsey point her gun at Noonan or herself? And so Noonan's state of mind would come in when you're assessing his credibility. Thank you for your 5. Husky Lover says, I believe this judge sees through all the BS, and you can tell all these testimonies are rehearsed. Thanks for being with me for 24 months. Curiouser and Curiouser says, this lot has an IQ of a flip-flop. Smiling all the way through your fabulous rant, Melanie. Oh, thank you. I was quiet for much of the day today. I didn't do the normal amount of interrupting that I do. But then I started getting outraged after lunch because, that testimony just started getting to be a little too much. Strange credulity. Noel says, I'm confused. Noonan says he was in the room with Daly with his firearm on Kelsey while Daly checked her. Houston said he was at the top of the stairs. Well, don't be confused. That's why there's always at least 3 sides to every story, and it's going to be up to the finder of fact, the judge, to determine who's the most credible and who's telling the truth. Gen X says he sounds like Casey Affleck in Drowning Mona. That's a movie I haven't seen. Lula says this guy is a weapon. Thank you. CC Headband Cupcake Law Nerd says Haas Long was everyone at Hunter's house. Free Kelsey. BMOS says, where's that from, man? We need a song for this one. The North Andover, Kelly Dever. Thanks, BMA. Dumpster Fire Show says, the masked Kelly Devers seriously need a swift and mighty fwop in their lie holes, the gaslighting and arrogance. I hope the judge saw her face. Thank you for your 5. Amberly says, I saw her bridesmaid walking back to courthouse after lunch. Oh, I have my Justice for Kelsey hoodie on, and she 100% gave me the side eye, the fake smile. Ooh, that's interesting. Thanks for your 5. Jody says Kelsey's power song needs to be Moving On by Gnarls Barkley. Thanks for your 5. Mama Cass says, I'm so late today. Hello, everybody. Make sure you've hit the like button. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon. Right. And if you're watching on replay, you can hype the video. I think you get 3 hypes a week. Helps people find us. So thank you. And then thank you, Mama Cass, for gifting 5 memberships because you're so amazing. And Known to 3 also gifted 5 memberships because she's so amazing too. Tara said she parked at the school after saying she was leaving. Thanks, Tara. Bridget said Justin, yep, in his pants, poop in his pants. Thanks, Bridget. Night, night. With friends like these, who needs enemas? Oh, well done. Well done. Allison says, Bradl should have added to the list. Just finding out her closest friends are meeting with Justin, colluding everyone against her. Thank you for your coverage. Well, it can come into closing. He's got 3 witnesses, maybe 2 or 3 that he's going to put up tomorrow. Commonwealth might have 1 more in the morning. And then the judge is going to go on a field trip. And then he could get the case tomorrow. Closings could be perhaps Thursday. But we're here for whatever it is because we ain't got no quit. We've been covering this case since 11 days after Kelsey was shot. And we just ain't got no quit. Thank you, Richard, for your Venmo. Says weekly entertainment dues. Thank you very much. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap. Jason says, Jason and Ellen or Elin will be on a beach in Aruba tomorrow watching you. Oh, I'm jealous. But I mean, really? You're going to watch me from the beach? That's dedication. Thank you, Jason. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap until the morning. It was a full day. It was a full day. 7 hours and 19 minutes. We ain't gone no quit. Let me go digest the rest of this so we can talk about it more tomorrow. Let me know in the comments what you thought about Michelle Mitchell's testimony, what you thought about Timothy Houston's testimony, what you thought about the rest of Noonan's testimony, including his cross, and the Ballistician's testimony. That guy his name was Michael BONASORO from the Massachusetts State Police. Oh, and also we heard from Officer Stephen CORR, the one who secured the firearms. And then we heard from the ballistician. He didn't really properly fill out the report. There was some evidence in there that didn't say what weapon it came from. And Noonan was never drug tested after the shooting. We learned that too. We learned that. Donna says, I'm really beginning to wonder why Justin was really there besides the baby. I have my own theory. Somebody at some point said that they were afraid that she was, Noonan. It was Noonan, right? Noonan said, I was afraid she was going to try and run down the stairs to kill Justin. I just want to clarify this rumor. Debbie says, Mel, Justin's parents were caught listening to your live coverage outside the courtroom. Can't they be found in contempt or not be able to testify now? That is inaccurate. It was actually Tom CPU who posted a post of Justin's, I think, father and sister walking down the street listening to something on speakerphone, but you could hear me in the background, and that is because Tom CPU was listening to me in his car. His windows were up. I want to clarify that rumor. So thank you for that. David says they could have called her to pick up her radio. Thank you. All right, you missed Houston's testimony. Sure, go on back. Rewind. Thanks to the moderators, because without them, I wouldn't be able to do this. As you know, they work very, very hard, and they're amazing. Mingos says, tip. Nancy, I thanked all you guys before, right? All right, you guys are amazing. I need to rest my voice. And so that's what I'm going to go do now. When I end the stream, you're going to buckle your seatbelts and it's going to teleport you over to Ian Runkle's 8:30 p.m. Eastern show. He is a firearms law expert. I can't wait to hear his take on that. He's going to do a recap at 8:30 Eastern. Tell him I said hi. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Above all, stay safe. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We're seeing more and more of what happened to her and what these people are like IRL, and it's just gross. I love you guys. Peace. See you in the morning.